Welcome to the VESL one-off Apex Finals. I'll tell you what, we have had an absolute weekend of competition between our two groups, and today it culminates here. The best top 10 moving on from A and B to our 20-team finals. I'm Zephyr, that's Tanner Metro, and there is a happy $9,000 on the line.
Yeah, $9,000 split between first, second, and third place. So you want to make sure you get on that pedestal. And we have got, Zephyr, 8 games ahead of us. And we finally get to see the Titans collide. We finally get to have our questions answered because we have seen some very strong teams in both of these groups. And then today, they go head to head.
That's right. Obviously, we started out initially with some standouts, obviously, between groups A and B. Notably, we do reference, of course, from Group A, Imperial Howl Lovers. You got to give them credit where it is due, and they absolutely lead the board by far at 180 points total. It is, to say it is a lead is... Well, I mean, you could add up second and third and you still wouldn't have their points.
Yeah, they definitely made a name for themselves. And you could see that as the day went on, obviously they didn't slow down at all. They were not looking to take the foot off the pedal. If it wasn't necessarily playing for first place in Group A, it was absolutely playing to make sure that they stood out over both of these groups as our number one team moving into Championship Sunday, where we see them sitting at 180 points over 8 series, right? Over 8 games played, which means they have a chance to try and top that today because we're going to be slapping another 8 in front of these players. Now, top 10 here, this got shaken up a little bit because of the first couple of games. Toxic Ghosts are playing in the wrong group. They get penalized. Teams get moved up positions. And because of that, we saw teams, I believe like Sun Valley Goats and MIA, sneak into the top 10 at the very last moment. So for those squads, Zephyr, if you remember day one, MIA was the first team eliminated on the tournament. They went out in 18th place in game one. It was not looking great for them, but they find a way to strap in, to start playing consistent. If not for wins, they're playing the placement, they're playing the KP, and they make it into that top 8 spot.
And that's what I love, because at the end of the day, when you're in an 8-game series, something that we will see take place all the way throughout our finals here, you have that opportunity to put up the points potentially later on, right? You're not completely fielded and expected to perform right off of the bat. Granted, though, with teams like Imperial Howl Lovers, you might have to keep up. We'll move on to Group B, though, because it's not just the Lovers that lead heavily. Both the Tons and Dreamy Bulls brought the powerhouse to themselves when it came to our other group.
Yeah, and this was a very competitive first and second place spot. I think the thing that stands out to me the most is Dreamy Bulls, if I go back through my notes and look here correctly, on day 2, they didn't catch themselves a win. They came up empty-handed in that first place column. So there's a couple of points that they could have had, right? The 6 points that they were trailing, imagine they came in second place instead of first place. If you turn those first place or those second places into first places, you're going from 9 points to 12 points each time. You're getting those 6 points, and then you're right there next to Tons, right? So Dreamy Bulls put up numbers without finding wins. And on the inverse, Tons went back-to-back. Out of the 8 games that they played over the weekend, they had 4 wins, 3 of which came on World's Edge, 1 of which came on Storm Point, and then we consistently saw them in the top 5 on Storm Point throughout the rest of the weekend. So these top 2 teams, obviously we're paying close attention to them because we want to see how they fare against the best of the best in Group A. But we would obviously be remiss. We talked a little bit about this, or at least I did, because this team, I can't keep them out of my mouth, but Toxic Ghosts, I'm pretty sure they had to forfeit their points in games 1 and 2 on Friday because they played in the wrong lobby. Very unfortunate. They get slapped into the right lobby. They play, and for the next 6 games, they had done just enough to get themselves inside the top 10. Again, another team where a win had escaped them, but to go 0 points, much like MIA, right, in the first 2 games and still make it into the top 10, that speaks to the consistency. So I'm excited to see how they play today.
Well, I'll tell you what, we've got a wealth of teams that have all come through in some form or another with some level of confidence in one or at least a handful of our games. Obviously, we sing the praises of at least 3 of these teams pretty much all throughout both yesterday and the day before. But the truth is, any one of these teams can potentially come through to have an incredible day here. We're into our first game, and as our dropship exits World's Edge, I remind you that this is the one of 2 maps that we will be seeing as we make our way through the finals.
Yeah, and this is very interesting, right? It's our first time seeing World's Edge for both of these groups to be playing. Big Mod still conceded over to Imperial Howlovers, and guess what? One of the top 2 teams, or well, the second place team from Group B, Dreamy Bulls, are just underneath them at stacks. So that right there could be some very early contention between a couple of our powerhouses.
Mm-hmm. This is something that we will see evolve as the day goes on, though, especially with there is, explicitly time on the clock. All these teams are going to address their individual areas here, but they have the ability to flex. It is nice to know that coming out of this first initial game or two, you kind of want to set that pace for yourself. And if you have a POI that you're calling home in your inaugural moments in this specific 20-team matchup, you want to lead with that foot forward, because any other amount is going to be playing catch up for the rest of today's matches.
Yeah, and this is that Dreamy Bulls squad that we talked about. Rocket the Pathfinder. We've also got, Jason Allende Rojas. I guess we got to give him at least one, right? We got to give him one. But AAR, also one of our winning squads. They're kind of walking into the danger zone, right? They're walking into that stacks, that big mod area. And this is a scary place to be with Dreamy Bulls and Imperial Howlovers just around the corner. Maybe they'll set their eyes out towards Dome. No, they're going to hang out. They're going to loot up here, but they do have quite a bit to move here as round 1 closes. See how long they decide to play the edge of this zone.
Something I am curious to at least analyze as we make our way through today is the fact that a lot of these teams that found their success, like Imperial Howlovers, or the Tons, or potentially Dreamy Bulls, is the fact that, well, yes, they were more macro-oriented as we got into some of these later games. The true fact is that they were happy to take advantage of a lot of these other squads, capitalizing on maybe some of these slower rotates, putting themselves together, and then making their way into that zone, already having roughly 6 to 9 KP on their belt. I'm very curious today to see if that is something that changes, because the truth is, while the competition has slightly elevated, there is still a world's difference for some of those teams that are especially on the lower end of our top 10s.
And now that contention that we talked about here in stacks, Dreamy Bulls up top, scans from Mr. Rellis. Spotted the players of JAR, and they know that they're still in the vicinity. They have not left quite yet, so we could be seeing some action here. We go scan for scan. We'll see if K can't find a different angle. On this Pathfinder, I think mostly on the Bangalore, but K is one of those players that we can watch and see to be our kill leader on these lobbies. His velocity gets put in an awful spot, forced to use that mobile shield and sneak away to safety. He's going to take a second to go ahead and get themselves topped off, but it's actually JAR that are bringing it to the Dreamy Bulls so far.
Velocity Act going to take the time to get this one reset, and something that you don't typically see, the zipline ultimate coming out from KATP. This is something with increased speed that was changed a few seasons ago that has found, well, maybe not itself directly in the meta, but definitely within its period of use here. K, I love this, already taking the advantage to look for this height to try to defend what could be this exterior rotation as the rest of the Dreamy Bulls get themselves set back up here. And I think roughly they will be fine, especially with that Evo on the other side. That's going to set, well, the Imperial Howlovers back for the moment. But if I know this team, they're not going to be too slow for long.
No, not at all. And Imperial Howlovers actually just kind of walking into the middle of this tango that was taking place between Dreamy Bulls and JAR. It doesn't seem like they've gotten themselves in the mix too much, but as we say, these teams need to start rotating because this zone is closing. We see the play style from Imperial Howlovers. We see the play styles from Dreamy Bulls, right? They're looking to take fights. They want to make sure they can secure some KP.
Well, we're going to leave those over there to kind of stew and find them sell it up for at least now. Meanwhile here, most of our other teams making their way through the bits and pieces of Lava Siphon. We do see Super Bat Kid already dropped out and eliminated from the RCS Bulldogs, seeming like they got into a bit of a skirmish out here towards the north. They don't have the banner either, though. So something to note is they do have that lifeline support, so they can always make for a banner recovery off of a crafter. But it's never good to see you already faltering that early.
Yeah, it does sting too to have to use your crafter charge, I guess, on the banner versus being able to grab something like ammunition or any of those, the heals, the shields, whatever it may be, much like we see Dreamy Bulls doing here. They have gotten themselves out of dodge. They've left that stacks area, headed through Geyser. Yesterday and day one, we saw a lot of zone pulls out towards Overlook, and it doesn't look like this is any different. And if we know anything, Imperial Howlovers, they have a pretty good read on the zone pull, especially in that Overlook spot. That finding the high ground and being able to just plant their feet and get ready to fight is something that they did well. Speaking of fighting, unfortunately, JAR, Boomer the Goat already taken down. Sammy the next to follow. And unfortunately, your Horizon's not getting out of this one. So JAR taken down early as they try to clean up the remnants of Big Mod.
That's a shame. Remember, JAR on day one of those squads that were able to pick up a game in our initial 8-game group stage. And the same can be said for a lot of these teams, but even just finding your way to a win is something to boot here. We check in with Skino for barely but a second as they're holding out on to Fragment as we start to take a look at this zone a little bit. It is in the in-between split here between the bottom edges of our kind of monument fragment area, and more of that still lava siphon end in as well. If we take a look at the map, hopefully at some point, we'll be able to more directly see if we're potentially going southernly, which I personally think is where we'll end up.
And that was, of course, Imperial Howlovers finding the kills onto JAR, erasing them nice and early in this. And they're just going to be hot on the heels on the teams that have already rotated this way, right? Dreamy Bull Lovers. Or Dreamy Bull Lovers. That's if we get into that fight, then it is the Dreamy Bull Lovers. Or here on the desk, maybe we're considered the Dreamy Bull Lovers. But the Dreamy Bulls need to be careful with this rotation that could come through. I am very happy to see here for Sunrise Gaming that they do have Miracle back in the mix yesterday. And I think the end games for day one, they were actually working as a duo. They were able to get a win as a duo out towards Storm Point. So today, they are full-fledged 3 with Miracle back in the mix. And they're bringing that lifeline in. There has been a lot of lifeline gameplay, Zephyr.
That's really, really good there. And it is something that has slowly adapted as the season has gone on. Now, notably, we're hosting this tournament after the lifeline change where we remove the heirloom weapon from the package. That was what really threw lifeline into the mix, being able to get a free heirloom. But the thing is, even the switch back to the golden knockdown shield instead is still an incredible recovery tool, especially for how so many of these teams like to get aggressive. You pair that with that Bloodhound Bangalore, which is so high tempo right now. You throw the smokes down, you run it through with the Beast of the Hunt. If something goes awry, that lifeline is in perfect position to get everyone ready and back to go. And once you hit that purple, it feels like an unstoppable force constantly getting free resets.
Yeah, that feels so good. That the changes to the new season in giving a nice buff to Bangalore and making the we just saw one. Why is it spacing my brain? Giving the No,
scans?
Not the scans. No, it's the sight. No. Why am I... It only goes on pistols and shotguns now? Why am I...
Oh, the Digi. Yeah, it is the
digital threat. Yes, thank you.
I mean, personally, when it comes to the digital threat, I think it's something that teams were obviously in this sense of like, that was where our meta sat. Right?
Yes.
We were so aggressively set upon getting these SMGs out there, and especially with their high rate of damage. I love the fact that we changed that, but the greatest thing about it is the fact that teams still take really good advantage of it, knowing that there is that opportunity to play around it. It's not so dominant that you see it within every single end zone, but the squads that opt for that RE45 or jump into a shoddy instead, just because they'll have that Wayhow between the smokes, that's a little detail that continues to rear its head, and it's always fun to see.
Yeah, digital threat. I don't know how that escaped my brain, but yes, the minor buff to Bangalore, but then also really bringing Bloodhound back into the mix. There was a long time where they just were not really played. We saw a couple of teams doing it, but and now it just means so much to have that Beast of the Hunt, to have those scans. Because we bounce around for a couple of our teams here for Group B. Full Box is only going to be a team of 2. Hopefully their third joins them later in the day. And Tons, our number 1
Also
team
a
from
duo.
Group B, also a duo. Yeah, that's heartbreaking when not only the prize pool on the line, but 1 versus 1, mono e mono. We were looking at Imperial Hell Lovers and Tons, and well, they're already a bit wounded coming into this fight.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Monster joins this roster as the day goes on. Mind you, it is a long series. What can usually take roughly 3 to almost sometimes 4 hours, depending on how these matches go. 8 games are nothing to slouch at, but they do allow, like I said before we even got started, the opportunity to return. Now, we will see Tons just behind MIA here on their rotation in. I highly doubt Tons is going to be looking to get aggressive, and I'll tell you right now, this is the furthest team you would want to find yourself aggressive against. And I love seeing this, by the way, Tanner, when the meta isn't so expressively defined against teams that aren't, stereotypically playing Apex, they cook. And this is something that MIA has cooked. The double control, Rampart, and Watson paired with the most defensive support legend at Newcastle. This is a comp that can absolutely hold space.
Yeah, this is it. I mean, I'm in that same boat with you. I also love to see that the Caustic kind of coming back into that works when a lot of teams were running that, Watson, hey, let's get into a building, let's set up, let's play it. I love that we get a different taste for so many different reasons. Unfortunately, a taste of ammunition is what we're going to see there. Tons also on the receiving end. You talked about them being behind MIA, and it seems like they've been caught out in the rotation and all of the mix here. Rolling Thunder, not gonna find anything onto Cataclysm, but nowhere to go. Gonna be walking right into that team in MIA that you mentioned, and is allowed to survive for now, but with that scan coming through, only 1 player being spotted there, I can't imagine Cataclysm's able to stay up for too long.
The nice thing is at least that it will seem that MIA might protect the other side of this, but with their focus more directly towards the eastern end, would not be surprised if they missed some of these later ended teams still working their way in from the west. And for Cataclysm, this is something I wanted to bring up on that horizon. That's probably your best wrap potential at this point. Obviously, you would want something like that bang for the smokes and just kind of giving that level of confusion, but you know what? The extra mobility and the grab lift to exchange between playing on the low ground or working with that height can be just as good. The Moggers, though, this is who I wanted to see, or at least follow up on. They're holding this space. They will be forced into MIA's view range here in just a little bit.
Yeah, they've got the gold helmet on the Rampart there. I'm wondering if they've already got one on their Bang or their Bloodhound, but I mean, it just means more cover and maybe more Sheila. We'll see if we get to see some Sheila love. But yeah, they are walking into a very hunkered down MIA. We jump on board here. Valk actually a different look here. I don't know if Valk was playing Horizon throughout the weekend. A lot of crypto. I believe the Bloodhound as well. Now Valk's in a tough spot. We've got the Rams just on the other side. Nades are out. There's a level up. I can't imagine Ninja is going to stop to try and get that one involved. Instead, we'll look to take the fight here. Rams catch the players moving from this building. Gravlet can allow a little bit of sight up and over the smoke, but not going to be enough. As the Rolling Thunder comes down. Concussion onto Skinny Pop. But is they okay? I mean, the Rams, they came, they saw, they conquered.
Yeah, a beautiful setup in terms of the absolute wombo combo that can come through with things like officially that crypto and, of course, the Ash, which we don't typically see. The question is, thankfully, that we are in that round 4, and they will have that up for Final Circle. So we will have to, once again, check that out as things continue forward. But for once, we jump on over to a much more familiar face, Project and crew here from Toxic Ghost. They have been set up within this building for quite some time, and I do think they'll lose out on a little bit of space. I love these buildings for holding the mid game. It's the end game that, well, it can be a toss-up. Either you find the pull directly ahead of you and you get all that extra moments, or potentially you are left with no cover a lot longer. Kind of similar to, well, a team like Imperial Hell Lovers.
Yeah, Imperial Hell Lovers love to fight, and they've caught themselves right in the middle one. Germ gonna try and sneak away. No damage, no concussion there, but nowhere over here is safe. Yeah, Germ Too Nasty I can't imagine is going to find any respite here on the map. These footsteps, should be heard. And I think it was Toxic Ghosts that were inside this building as Germ, the only one that remains. No real way to get his team back online. Speaking of Toxic Ghosts, they're taking heaps of damage through the windows. You know, somebody's looking to take their home away from them. Watson set up or not, as Project W backs away with a bit of HP. Fortunately, that pylon will help with the shield, able to pop the med kit. And now they'll have to look for the res there. They do get that up. And yeah, they're able for the moment to breathe just a bit, that being Toxic Ghost.
Project is going to drop down here and look to see if they can finish off this exchange. We've lost out on where Imperial Howl Lovers potentially ended up maybe even wiped out there as we remove another one of our squads from the lobby. For Toxic Ghost, they've laid heavy stake and claim to this building, but I have to admit, just as I was discussing before this, you're going to lose this playable space. And the same can be said over here. This building no longer available. Thankfully, we do see a little bit of an extended rotation already to the next one ahead. I'm judging by Ben Skadoosh and kids, this is very likely a corner that will be playable for this next zone. Granted, I still don't like it because all you're doing is funneling yourself out the door, and someone who has a better position than you and knows you're there with a scan will just wait for you to come out and then get free beams on that rotation. So you have to be super careful.
Yeah, and Ram on the opposite side taking shots here. Phoenix Kit, though, will allow for a full recovery, but it's only going to be Phantom Void. 5 squads remaining. Oh, and that zone is going to start to hurt. How much safety do you have?
We get a little bit of a taste of this next zone, and it's going to become a competition for King of the Hill here. Obviously, when we look at Skinny Pop and Israel from the Rams, fair bit of health and enough to work with. We talk about squads remaining. Here's that rotation out from the edge. Immediately, they find themselves in a chunk of damage. Kids goes down. The follow through from across the bridge. This is what I'm talking about. You are tracked and understood when you make rotations like this. And if it wasn't for the purple upgrade there for the reset, that would have been an immediate death. But even still, it is going to be Rams coming out on top of this one. And now we talk about that building over on the side, which I can only assume is still held by MIA and potentially another team on the very top of it as well.
Yeah, I think we've got 2 teams coexisting over there. Rolling Thunder, maybe try and clear out the players on top. But nothing really spotted there. It's Moggers to occupy the top of this building.
So Moggers came out of the Western Choke, and MIA said, you know what, we're just gonna, well, apparently now set up on the outside. Immediately, that Sheila, you can hear it as clear as day, shreds just for Chaos and crew, leaving just one alive here. This is very good, but Julian Carrot's got to be way more careful than that, especially with the bridge closing. Has to get themselves set back up for what will now be their final fight of the game. 2 squads left, and it looks like they've already got their initial knockdown. For MIA, we had our discussion before with this height and play. This should be their game to lose.
Yeah, MIA in such a great spot here, all set up with the utility that they have available to them between the Watson, the Ramparts, and the Newcastle. The Sheila is also online, and they've got the high ground, so that means Rams are forced to fight up towards them. Oh, and they're a player down already. Moving forward, Electro trying to find something.
Oh.
Ooh, okay, hold on. Electro gets taken down, so I think 2 alive on both sides. Beautiful shots there from Julian. Forced to swap here, going up top. Got himself the Nemesis. A couple of bursts later, shields are cracked, and MIA will do it. A team that we did not expect to walk away with game 1. Zephyr, they barely scraped by to get here, but they make an absolute statement to start Championship Sunday.
This is a win that will lead with confidence here for MIA. When we talk about getting yourself set up for the best moment possible, this is what is incredibly important, because in game 1, coming off it with a win in the extra points, you don't have to now worry about a little bit of that performance from games 2 and 3, knowing you already have the placement to boot. My only question is, given how long they were set up within that building, did they really get much KP?
Yeah, they weren't taking too many fights. I didn't see KP leading into the building, and then we know that they fought Moggers and Rams there at the end. So you can expect probably anywhere between 4 to 6 with that first place. The scary part about that, which is important to mention, is our teams like Imperial Howl Lovers, our teams like maybe not tons. It's a little bit harder for them only having 2 players,
Mhm.
or even Dreamy Bulls. Those are teams that are going to put up 10, 12, 14 KP. And then if they go out in a 6th place, now they're matching that 1st place of MIA. But that has to feel great. I keep talking about this team because they were the first team eliminated in the tournament, and now they're the first win on Championship Sunday. I mean, it's ramping up. It's there were no nerves. I feel like you could see MIA playing as a team that has nothing to lose. Hey, we're coming into this one 8th in Group 1. Let's just play our game. And I love that. Shout out to Newcastle players too. Electro, me and your boys, man.
Well, I'll tell you what, they've managed to cook. They've found the first win, but they've got 7 games to go. When we come back from this break, we'll be introducing our second match of the day to find our next winner. Stick around. Welcome back to the VESL one-off Apex tournament, and we're coming off the bat of an incredible win, starting with MIA coming out on top, a team that Tanner loves to peddle, especially regarding their history of potentially being a loser.
Yeah, this is a team I'm very excited for them, man. I'm very excited. They were eliminated early in the tournament. We saw them kind of build their confidence up as the day went on. That obviously didn't feel great. And, you know, day one, everybody's still figuring out drop spots. We had 3 teams drop Geyser. It was weird. But to see them show up and dominate in the way that they did, and then to see their composition, Zephyr, uh, to see 2 facets of it, I guess, right? It was first, let's get in this building, let's hang out, let's set up, let's make sure that nobody can take this from us. We'll let Mauger sit up top. That's no problem. Then what do they do right after that? Hey, this hill is going to be a good spot once everything starts to collapse. They get that new castle wall up. They get set up with the ramparts on the backside. They have a rock blocking any shots coming from rams that were set up beautifully on the bridge as well. It was really cool to see the way that MIA played that composition, a bit more of a passive one, but still walk away with 6 KP in a first place.
So they will currently lead, but of course, Rams there alongside them, who work their way into second overall, do finish with the same amount of points because they break the gap with the extra 3 points necessary to close that distance. So 18 for 18 is our 2 leaders between these twos. But we are potentially ready to jump on into our second match as we pull away from cams here shortly.
Yeah, and we do have to talk about, we'd be remiss, right? Because we had set up such a hype matchup. Now, we know that tons are in this a player down. That really stinks. But we can still look at 2 large powerhouses that put up 100-plus points. Imperial Howlovers and Dreamy Bulls. Well, if my calculations are correct, and by my calculations, they're not my calculations, Imperial Howlovers, 11 points. They still put up 8 KP. That's pretty good. That's what we can expect for them. That's probably their average 8 KP per game. Dreamy Bulls went out in 11th place with 3. Wait, hold up. I'm way too far here. I gotta get back down with 2 KP. Excuse me, with 2 KP, and they actually went out in 15th place. So Dreamy Bulls off to a very slow start, and now it was awkward for them too, right? They dropped in stacks. They know Big Mod is being contested. We had JAR also pushing towards stacks as well. So it forced rotations. They had to move quick through Geyser. They had a team at their back, and Dreamy Bulls get eliminated very early. So I would hope that they've been able to bust that rust, maybe shake some of those game 1 nerves on Championship Sunday, and come back and put up big numbers here to try and match that Imperial House squad.
Well, something to say about Imperial Howl, and not just them, but also Val, Apex, and Sunrise Gaming, is that notably their placements are a little bit more to hopeful, but the KP is what leads these 3 teams. 9 KP for both Val, Apex, and Sunrise Gaming, a team that one placed 4th, the other in 12th, and then for Imperial Howlovers, 8 KP themselves. This, mind you, all of these 3 teams surpass our current leader, MIA, in terms of KP, and that's something that they will have to figure out and address as time goes on here, because yes, dropping the consistency, the hot bombs is important. But with teams like Imperial High Lovers who haven't picked up a top 5 placement, still finding ways to keep themselves competitive, what happens when they do take off?
Yeah, something I want to mention too is we saw a lot slower of a game. We had 20 teams for quite some time. Then we were sitting on 18 teams for a while. So the onesies and twosies, the contests were happening. People were getting eliminated. But it was definitely a different feel from the World's Edge of old, right? From Friday and Saturday, which could be, something that Imperial High Lovers, Dreamy Bulls, those teams that like to play aggressive, even Toxic Ghost, the universe on Val Apex, Val greater than Apex, a very strong player in their own right. I would like to see if this is one of those games where they do pick it back up. And speaking of getting picked back up, Monster is back on this Ton squad. So we didn't see much of them in the last game. We saw Cataclysm, just trying to hang out, rat it out, get the best that they can. Now it starts for this Tons team.
Curious to see, we did see some spokes dropped over towards that other side of Lava Siphon. May be a potential follow-up in terms of, well, I mean, you don't smoke nothing. So we'll have to check back in with them a little bit later on. Something to know is that the Tons do have the conduit with them this time. And for a team that has liked to get aggressive, that is the enabler. Having those extra shields and the Radiant transfer to give your team the confidence to play through a lot of those fights is something that will hopefully put Tons on their best foot forward. Credit's where it's due. They survived for a really long time, and getting into 6th place with 2 KP even, I mean, that's enough points on the board to at least, well, walk into the rest of these 7 matches knowing you didn't lead with nothing.
And champions now, we're going to take some pop shots at a solo running around at the bottom of Countdown. We'll see if they're able to capitalize on this. Anthony looking to get aggressive, pushing forward on their lonesome. High ground being held by the rest of the team. See if this reaps any rewards or if it eventually goes punished. Is that a Newcastle? Is this maybe MIA on the other side?
We'll have to see. Other things, I mean, have pushed them further back now, and it doesn't seem like the follow-through here is coming out quick enough for me to really expect potential fights, but I'm pretty wrong. I'll tell you right now, have not moved at all for MIA. Thankfully, they've got the best defensive composition currently in the game with Rampart stuff as well. That Sheila will be a definite issue here as time moves on. Losing their door, though, to the enemy conduit, that is a huge problem for them.
Yeah, and Mochi hasn't really been able to set up all too well with the cages there from the Watson, so instead it's just hopping over the wall, finding the first knock, make it 2 as Julian the Carrot goes down as well, and Mochi just not long for this World Champions. Breathe some life here into Game 2 and look to live up to their namesake. Yesterday, they walked away with the dub. We'll see if they can do it again today.
This is going to be a huge issue for MIA, and it is something that I worried about when we talked about this roster before. The fact that we didn't see a lot of KP come through from them outside of their primary skirmishes at the very end. I mean, that's just a huge factor, at least a big hint towards this is a team that doesn't want to get into those situations. And the truth is, Apex isn't in that current moment right now. We are in a fighting meta. We are in a pacing of aggression across all rosters, all platforms, all fields. So for them, if they continue to find themselves out in situations like that, I mean, teams like Imperial High Lovers, of course, behind them, the Rams directly with those 18 points, they're going to catch up.
Yeah, and in situations like that, if you are looking to play slower, you definitely have to make it a little less desirable to want to push you in this building. Again, Mochi not able to get the Watson setup that maybe they had hoped for. But if this is the best that you've got, then I think you need to be a bit more Johnny on the ball when it comes to, or Johnny on the spot when it comes to, we just got to get out of here, right? We are not looking to fight. We're looking to play a building, right? We're looking to play our rotation. We're looking to have more macro than micro here in this one. And unfortunately, they just couldn't get out of a bad spot. Now we hop on over. Bit of scrappiness here. Sunrise Gaming spotting a team running on the low ground with the zone at their back, though. Sunrise Gaming also just going to give this one up and look to rotate in themselves.
For Sunrise, this is something that I've liked from them. And last time around, they took advantage of a lot of this early pacing to get themselves into a situation where they still walked away with 4th. right? They got into that zone, albeit a little bit slower than others, but still found themselves a confident position. My worry now is, though, with this official rotation out from Mod, the Imperial Howl Lovers, remember, last time around, they had first dibs to getting towards Southside here, and they opted to go all the way to Fragment. They are always looking for a fight, Tanner.
Yes, that they are, and they have found one here. We just talked about Sunrise looking for the rotation into the zone, and while they're safe inside the zone, they're safe away from the zone. They are not safe from Imperial Howl Lovers, who definitely have a chip on their shoulder after that game one. Scans go out, traded back and forth. Rolling Thunder going to try and slow things down and hopefully allow Sunrise Gaming to create some space.
This is going to give them the opportunity to potentially escape here, but I didn't see no balloons. That means they're just simply footing it, and with a Nemesis in hand, a Scout as well, I expect them to find those lines of sight in just a moment. A bit of a kerfuffle on the door there, but no real damage particularly taken. It's going to be a quick heal on the other side of things, and with that, they are put back together.
I'm a little perplexed. They used the Rolling Thunder and then just moved a building over. They didn't really create a whole lot of space, and that zone did not pull their direction over towards that lava siphon, so they're going to have to keep going. And they've got now a little love triangle between another team on that bridge, Imperial Howl Lovers and Sunrise Gaming, who, yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see if or how they can sneak out of that one. Paraphernalia, a squad that we haven't seen a whole lot of yet today. Klern had an insane game yesterday, just ratting it out. One person left, the only one on the squad, and he ends up securing a second place for his team. That really helped bolster their squad into that top 10 to be able to play again today. So it looks like somebody did eventually get chased down by Imperial Howl Lovers. They said, hey, if we can't have Sunrise Gaming, we'll go find it elsewhere. And, well, Momo Go Loco's rocking that crown for that kill leader.
Something I wanted to touch on with RCS Bulldogs out there, as well as what we saw from Paraphernalia, is the fact that that is where a zone is looking to head up, and they were in two excellent positions for a pull that was going to cater towards that respawn train line track. It is going to be a zone that can be particularly difficult to fight into, as is any zone when we talk about the northwestern side of the map there, especially when you pull out of that Skyhook region and you open things up either to the landslide area or to the chokes just east of that. You pretty much have to be in those spots holding dead end positions, or else you are likely to be capitalized on, as all those eyes are trained in on you on your next move forward. And for a lot of these teams, we're talking about next move forwards. Most of these squads are still far and out and a way to go, like Moggers.
Yeah, Moggers looking for some safe rotations to try and find the backside of a team that was chasing them down. They'll be able to hit this redeploy and cover some good ground here as this zone slowly pushes in. What we just saw out towards that fragment area, we saw Sun Valley Goats, who have also had a pretty quiet day so far. And, well, we talked about this area, and yeah, this is now the danger zone of a squad. They've got themselves some KP. Unfortunately, not able to walk their way out of that one. I think that was Toxic Ghost on the other side. They're looking to get themselves a full reset as rotations come on through.
Oh, wow. I'm surprised to see this completely free. This height is one of the best dominant positions for holding out teams from that monument area, and it is completely left up to Imperial Howl Lovers off of not even an evac, just literally an exchange up to height there. And while they aren't completely trained into the eyes of where these teams are just yet, they still have found some great damage down, and with that zone about to officially close within the 30 seconds here, you could see some great KP picked up from distance.
Yeah, Jack the Ripper really heads up there, tosses a couple of beautiful arc stars, tosses out a smoke to cover the right side, throws out the Rolling Thunder, and it looks like gets a knock and quite possibly a finish there if that was Ben just on the other side of the rock, on the wrong side of that rock. So Sunrise Gaming down a player, and again, hot on their heels for the last 3 minutes or so. It's been Imperial Howl Lovers that have kind of been passively hunting this team through their own rotations.
Well, at least for now, they will be separated by major distance. For at least Sunrise, they're going to try to see if they can fly towards the sky to give themselves the reset they want. JAR, they've gotten themselves set up happily within this train line, and we saw that earlier from this game, but this zone continues to pull towards the north, even favoring ever slightly a bit of that survey camp area. So they definitely have one of the first takes to this next rotation, but they're going to have to play gatekeeper against teams coming from Grandma's house, out from the choke behind them, or even potentially now with teams like Brawl Lovers getting ahead of them.
And that Grandma's house squad, that being Toxic Ghost here. We know Paraphernalia also in the area. And Bulldogs were also set up on this side of the map before the zone pulled this way. Nice shots from Phantom Void. Can't quite collect on a knock, a down, or an elimination there, but is still working towards that Evo. And that's put that squad in a rough spot. They're getting shot from multiple angles now. I think it's JAR on one side, Toxic Ghost on the other. And with that knock, with the attention being bought out that way towards those quad cons, that's going to be the rotation call here for Toxic Ghost.
Dumpling bomb on the other side, just waiting, drops that energy barricade down. This is something that I said is great for the gatekeeping, but honestly might be wasted now that we see that evac through there. Could have been utilized for this next push forward as a zoning tool. Optimally, at the end of the day, all of our teams are forced to rotate whether or not they're making the decisions. Pain alongside them is one of these squads coming from the furthest position off of zone here. Surprisingly, in a fairly empty area, it is 9 squads remaining, so there is a slight bit of freedom. Where they on this balloon will fall has yet to be seen.
Wow, and Toxic Ghost got such a great spot here. They've got a similar setup too, right? They're only missing now Watson, but they've got the castle walls, they've got the rampart. You mentioned that survey camp. Some of this spot is going to be safe, and well, they found refuge inside this building. And for now, KP might not be on their menu, right? They're kind of flipping past that, and they're looking to something a little bit lighter here, as they'll just be hanging out and allowing the rest of the lobby to cannibalize themselves.
We'll have to check out and see if that team is able to survive. Thankfully, the difference between them and MIA is the fact that they have that Pathfinder for the rotations, but this zone does work its way out of survey camp. Can't end particularly on top of the buildings themselves. So you don't actually get to play from these positions. You are forced to exit at one point or another. And we saw that from Sunrise last time, coming out of their building on their side. Teams are more than happy to track you down. I do like the fact, though, that they get aggressive and they try to see if they can set something up. Thankfully, because it is a new castle, you are going to get this full revive. The wall, bit of an issue there, but it is brought down quickly by Phantom Void. So at least this team is expending some of those much needed heals on the other side. I mean, gotta be a bit careful, but I mean, I'm seeing just cells here.
Yeah, maybe that's all they're using for now as they take these pop shots. I guess the hard part about, even for Pain here, being inside this building or truck, excuse me, but for Toxic Ghost, you said it, right? They have to leave. They've got to rotate, and they're not going to have a whole lot of information. They've been able to peek out, immediately take this fight with Pain, who are now taking a fight with somebody else, occupying yet another truck here. We'll see if they can't get something done. 6 squads left, and just about everybody here in this survey camp area. Peeking on the outside, beautiful shots, very low. The thermite goes through, can't find too much. The nemesis comes through and starts to rip through one more. Pain looking to collect here as an MP will shock everybody. A knock comes through, and that'll slow things down for just a moment. Nemesis shots still land. There's the wipe inside the truck. They'll take this place, but it's just so darn late here. The zone starts to push him in. Exotic's got to go, but he's got himself a reset. There's no way to get Auto Turret back online. Potato will also get cooked inside this zone, and Exotic can only hope for a moment of respite. Beautiful hit fire there. Finds a crack, a bit more damage, but 2 players are what Exotic is chasing through this Bangalore smoke, trying to find safety inside this zone. As the ultimates come through, there's just nowhere to go. Exotic will do their darndest, will have the res available, but can't imagine they're going to get that off. Pain have been erased. Now Moggers will try their hand. Both check shots will land and close things out. 3 squads remain. And it's Moggers to be one of them.
Meanwhile, from above, this is the height that I was worried about this entire time. It's the fact that you exit those buildings, and these teams who've been playing from the epicenter side just get to have free shots on what is supposedly your climb up there. And apparently on the other side, a rampart box that has been created to give them their safety. For the Moggers, they're one of those few squads that has to look for the climb here, at one point or another. Scans coming through from the other angle. You can see it is going to be Toxic Ghost who made their way successfully out of that building, got across somehow, likely off of that Pathfinder zip, and set themselves up.
3 full squads, Moggers.
There's Imperial Howl Lovers.
Oh, Imperial Howl Lovers is up?
Yep, they're the other third squad.
Wow, this is a great spot to be in. Look at that, 11 KP. This was the game that we needed to see. I'm going to hold my thoughts on this team because any moment these teams could converge. And now Germ spotting 3 players of Toxic Ghost behind that mobile shield. It's going to be a bit healthier as Project W steps on out. He's been cracked. Castle Wall is down. So now at their back is Toxic Ghost with the Sheila online, but beautiful shots in response. Who needs a Sheila when Germ's got a Hemlock Zephyr?
This is good here. At some point, one or the other, though, it does look like that we see one down with Imperial Howl Lovers moving in. They'll find their first knock of potentially many here. Bull wipes his Phantom Void will look for some kind of response to the shield on the other end, and all they have to do is wait until you hear that exhaust pipe. Let that ammo fly. Meanwhile, behind them, Delicate is finally spot out to bring them into the top 2. Project W moves up. Remember, they do not have that rampart to work with, but still find the damage of the height alone. A beautiful Doc Drone comes out here for the nice reset on Momo Go Loco. Phantom Void, though, looking from the other angle.
Yeah, Phantom Void trying to find an angle, but that's a solo mission. Fortunately, doesn't get punished too heavily for it. Toxic Knight looking to find a reset there with the Phoenix Kit. Phantom Void will also look to do the same. Rolling Thunder finds good damage here. Concussion on top of it all, and that's the green light here for Imperial Howl Lovers. They're finding the damage. Can they find the knocks? They haven't done it quite yet. 14 KP. They want some more. That gold knock will not be enough, and 3 survive as Imperial Howl Lovers make their way to the top as the champions here in Game 2.
Credit where it is due. They survive against the onslaught here. Toxic Ghost threw it to them, and they had that height advantage there. Laying stake and claim after exiting that building and playing off of the rampart beautifully, they're able to control that open space. The problem, though, is they just don't quite have the damage. It's just pure gun skill at that moment. When you're set up with those lines of sight, you have to deliver the final blow. Because I'll tell you what, when you're that deep into the game, your full clip size is enough to get the job done. As a result, it's a big reset. Imperial Howl Lovers, they drop the Rolling Thunder. And once that finally sets them up for that next rotation, it is the primed and ready win we've all been waiting for.
Yeah, that is Imperial Howl Lovers. That escaped us in the first game, but we saw smart rotations, not looking to take too many fights. They settled themselves from the previous days, but then towards the end of that one, they started to pick up. And I think around 17 KP Zephyr, that is a huge win.
Well, it's a mega win if that is the case. And I talked about it at the very beginning of the day. When you have a team like Imperial Howl Lovers who are still able to reap the rewards when they aren't on the win, what do those points look like when they are on top? We're going to go to a short break. When we come back, we'll have updated score lines to discuss as we enter our third match.
One.
Welcome back to the VESL one-off Apex. I was about to say championship, but this is a final. In some cases, we could potentially call it a championship, especially when there's $9,000 on the line.
Well, I mean, could you, if it's, listen, and I don't want it to be, but if it's a one-off,
It's true.
it feels championship
the
vibes.
championship.
It feels championship vibes to me.
It's VESL, so we do have to pay our respects to our state championship that is going to be coming up here at the end of the May as we're working our way through this next season. So I don't think I'm going to drop the hot bombs yet, but even still, it is a monumental or momentous moment for these teams. A massive win for Imperial Howl Lovers with 21 kills on top of the mega win, sets them up in first place with 44 points in total.
Yeah, 44 total. I mean, they are shaping up. I guess if you have, 8 games on the day, you're putting up 22 points a game. That's going to put you at 176 or something. So if they keep this up, they might clear their 180 or get very close to the 180 that they got throughout the weekend. I think something we got to talk about that hurts my heart a little bit. MIA, they went out so early in that last game, and that bumped them from first all the way down to 5th because they just could not get out of countdown. They could not escape that push from champion. So they're definitely going to be kicking themselves about that one. They've had a lot of time to think about it, and now that we jump back into the next lobby, we'll see how things change up, right? Do MIA go back to countdown knowing champions are going to be around the corner? We know they want to play passively. Do they continue to do so? What lost even though games and
losses, it is the fact that outside of Imperial Howl Lovers who are creating this mega gap in first, it's still so close for any one of our other teams right now. And even, hey, I'll say this, for Ramp, Sunrise, Toxic Ghost, if you come out of this next game with a massive 20-point game, you are closing that gap between you and Imperial Howl Lovers. We do start off, though, directly in the mix of Monument Fragment with already 1 knockdown. It is none other than the Universe, a player that has found major success before and, well, continues to represent here today.
Yeah, Val greater than Apex getting an early kill participation. I didn't see which of the teams joined them here. You might find out here in a moment. Oh, I didn't catch the name on that box, unfortunately. But either way, Val greater than Apex, they put up, I think, 9 kills.
Look at the box.
Yes, please give us. Oh, that is Sun Valley Goats, I believe, that just got taken off the board. So, I mean, starting off strong. Game 1, they had 9 KP. I didn't see where they landed game 2, that being Val greater than Apex. But we know that they're no slouches when it comes to finding those kills, and they get some nice and early.
No, they definitely perform when called to do so here. And notably, they will find some of that early KP. And it has been the KP that has at least put them on top of the margins here for our top 10. And I say top 10, which is kind of surprising for a team that started out the day with 9 KP. Their second game was a little bit lackluster, only walking away from that one with 4 points instead.
A bit quieter, but now they've got a pretty quiet fragment to loot through. Doesn't seem like there's going to be much more contention. I think they picked up 2 of 3 of the Sun Valley Goats, so only 1 remains, and they haven't had themselves the best time as of yet. We'll see how the rest of it goes. MIA continued. Okay, there it is. Alvarez just getting out of dodge, hoping to find some safety. Wow, okay, there we go. Kill feed as we see Pain just reigning supreme over the squad there. Looks like they've got themselves a wipe. I believe that was the Green Hope Falcons that just got erased.
Wow. Well, I'll tell you what, the Green Hope Falcons have had their struggles as well, but this last game, they were in 4th up there with 2 KP as well. So was a big win in terms of at least keeping them competitive, but down and out already on that 3rd game. It's starting to get to the point where, well, yes, there are going to be 5 games for you after this. Especially, we got to talk about it. This is the 3rd of 4 World's Edge games. If this is the map you know, and it is the one that has existed longer, then this is your opportunity to really perform, because the minute we go to Storm Point, it gets a whole lot harder. Not for Imperial Howl Lovers, though. They've already found Mega Nox.
Yeah, they're doing all right for themselves. We say goodbye in 19th place. That was JAR to get eliminated by Imperial Howl Lovers, who again, pretty consistently, they've been dropping big mod. This time around, they catch JAR out, who had sometimes rotated into that stacks area. Speaking of stacks, this was our stacks team. Dreamy Bulls was dropping there, and they've actually opted out of that, and they're looking to contest elsewhere. Maybe a change in plans now that they've seen Imperial Howl Lovers had a strong game. Hey, we have to pick up the pace. We have to try and match that some way, somehow. So let's look for that early KP in these contests.
It is so crazy because it's not just the Dreamy Bulls. Tons as well have had an awful start to our first 2 games here, and we're still looking for that adaptation. For the Tons, at least you could say they were a duo, but fact of the matter is they come out of that last game 20th. 0 points on the board, the lowest standings for a team that led out of our Group B. They've had worse than a struggle.
Yeah, they've been very quiet. It's been a little heartbreaking to see because we were so excited for that matchup for Tons and Imperial Howl Lovers and where we would get to see it. And you can't even say out of the 2 maps, you know, Tons played better on Storm Point. They played great on both of them. They picked up 3 total wins on World's Edge. They picked up a win day 1 on Storm Point with a bunch of top 5 finishes in day 2. So we were definitely expecting a bit more out of them. But, you know, still a handful of games to go. They still have some time to try and work their way back into this one. But what we've seen is once Imperial Howl Lovers start to get rolling, they don't slow down. So somebody's going to have to try and do just that and slow them down. The RCS Bulldogs under fire just a bit. Good cast wall and keep them safe for now.
Oh, I love this.
Ooh, out comes the evac, and they're just getting out of dodge. Maybe Joshy narrowly dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge in the matrix away from those bullets. And the Bulldogs are allowed to survive.
Something that I want to bring up is the fact that you've got to be super duper careful about going for an evac that close to a team. I know it's a little bit of a lower skill lobby, but even just setting yourself up directly below them can, well, result in potential elimination. We are going to see this rotation out from Valve Apex from that fragment side. This height, like I said earlier before, can be very, very difficult to surpass. But it seems like they've already cut the mustard in closing the gap. Something to note is we do see mega wipes. It does seem like Sunrise Gaming was eliminated by Imperial Howl Lovers, but something more important is the fact that Tons do pick up one of their first team wipes of the day.
Zephyr, we gotta talk about if it's a bit. Hold on, I'm gonna hold that thought. The Bulldogs getting barked at just a little bit. Ooh, super back kid, quite a bite taken out of him. He's gonna walk away from that and be able to top himself off. Meanwhile, the rest of his team will be forced to fight. Now, they just came out of a fight, right? We saw them castle wall, evac tower, get to safety, and they're right back into another. Unfortunately, no way to go off of the staircase. Joshi with the third bite at his back. The conduit ultimate at the front. Now the shots will land. Beautiful shots, but summon response means Joshi has to back away and leave it up to Lumiere and Super Bat Kid, but the fight's not done yet, man. Joshi just cannot get away.
This is still good, though. They found damage down, and now they've got the rotation from Joshi back down to put the damage out, and as a result, that actually supplies them with their first knock there. Another crack found, and that will be top down. It is a 2v3, and with resets coming through, you gotta be careful. Lumiere on this upper end will be broken through from the other side, and that conduit has double the health, but hey, this is why you pick up the Newcastle. Mega revives, instantly back up, a full shield available. Dumpling bomb is down. Top, though, was pulled up in terms of the revive. For Valve Apex, they are now in a 2v3 scenario. Looking for that revive. That stairwell, though, it is a clickety-clacking.
Yeah, that it is. 3 players looking to push down this way. Arcstar comes out, rotations beautifully from Joshi there to help supplement the damage. Dumpling's been finished off, top will go down, and now only one remains. I believe it's the Universe that survives for this Valgrade with an Apex squad. That's a scary player to have still alive for that team, but in a 1v3, there's just no way you can get back into that. So a beautiful fight there from the RCS Bulldogs. Again, from one fight to another, they didn't have a moment to really find a reset, right? To slow down and figure out how they wanted to continue to traverse this map. They go from fight to fight, they win it, and they buy themselves that time that they need.
Universe has made escapes. Speaking of escapes, it does seem like Imperial Howl Lovers were able to pull away from this fight even after losing out on 2, notably at the hands of the Dreamy Bulls. This is a team that gave up their position to move away from this roster and now is instead finding themselves successful in some of their inaugural action. It is to note that it was a third party that they did take advantage of, but hey, wins are wins, points are points on the board.
Light ammo here.
Yeah, speaking of points, 63, not really points, but damage away from that Evo is Joshy to find that upgrade to maybe get some extra oomph, add some extra oomph to that castle wall. We'll see if they go head hunting a little bit to see if they can go ahead and get that topped off. Zephyr, we got to talk about, is it a bit that you keep saying mega, or is that a crutch word today? What's going on here?
Mega?
Everything
Dota.
is
Comes
mega.
from Dota. Mega creeps, they're on my mind.
It's mega wipes, it's mega damage, it's a mega res. Top gets mega finished off. It's mega everything. We got mega tons now.
It would be really silly if someone's name was Megan. Mega Megan.
Man, we see Skino getting into the mix. I believe they finished 5th place in their group respectively. Wait a second, Dreamy Bulls have...
Let's check out that way.
Dreamy Bulls happy to be the kill leader now, and it's K to do it.
K is leading, but that isn't full wipes. You know, we're just picking up the one there on to Joshy. Oh, tons though. They're the other success story that's come through in this lobby, and they do just find the universe. We're going to send that one home today. A rat to be found as they snuff that one out. It does seem like we do pop back on Imperial Hollivers. They do get the full reset, finding themselves, I believe, a banner craft. And I feel bad for whoever's on the other side of the ring there.
Yeah, zone 2, you know, you can survive it, but it still doesn't feel great, especially when you have to push into this game. So we'll see what that pathing looks like. Maybe they look to go just a bit wider. That being full box, who have now got immuned onto the roster here. Missed the first couple of games, but will be, well, will be a full 3 at the start of the game. Unfortunately, where they've landed here with 12 squads remaining, they're only down to Spencer.
It does look like they will be able to make for recovery if Immune can make this crawl in, especially given the fact that it is a zone 3 and it's not going to do a ton of damage here. I'm kind of surprised Spencer isn't risking it for the biscuit, but peeking through that window does lead me to believe otherwise at this point. Gotta keep that one quiet.
Why is he moving so much? This is one of those things, if you're ratting, it's I think 60% chances, I just made up that number, that you don't get spotted in your corner if you just don't move, right? The slightest movements can be picked up from the peripheral so easily that if you just sit in that corner, a lot of the times you make it out alive.
Well, sit in the corner as you may be, we're moving. All right, we're going to head out here in 20 seconds, and you got no time to sit unless you're looking to cook in the sun here. We pull on over, though, to a team that we haven't had the chance to talk about much at all, Ballistic Busters. They host themselves a decent position in zone. This one's going to cater a little bit more towards that western side, but they will have themselves some good real estate here if they can make this cross. And I say make this cross because they don't really have rotational tools. Sitting on a Gibraltar, a Newcastle, and a Caustic, that's the Beef Boys. This is Meat Mountain, as we like to call it.
Yeah, that it is. Once they can get set up, we can expect good things from them. But yeah, they do have to make it there first, right? That's the first part of their battle, to be able to hunker down somewhere and hopefully catch a zone pull once they do get set up. Dreamy Bulls, K still that kill leader with 4 kills. So at the very least, 4 KP for this squad. I do believe that's our Meat Mountain. That's our Beefy Boys getting spotted out. The Ballistic Busters work their way in, and I mean, the kill leader's on the other side, boys, so maybe look to find a different way around. I don't know how long they can hold this position down.
I mean, they've got the defensive capabilities. The problem is how much of that utility is available with Valk and Vex already down and out in terms of their shielding. I don't know how much a Nox Gas Grenade will do for you. Finally throws down that defensive bombardment to bring thunder from the sky. You have to hope they don't have umbrellas. Preferably soundproof ones.
Yeah, Vex is able to sneak away and find a pretty ratty position, but that was the exact issue that you were talking about, right? They need to be able to rotate. They have to be able to get set up, and the Dreamy Bulls just seemingly haven't allowed it. Out comes the castle wall. The beefy boys all stuck together inside the bubble, and Dreamy Bulls will make quick work of the ballistic busters there to add to their kill count. And now chop away at the squads remaining. Currently 7 that remain.
Velocity finds that shield swap just in the nick of time here. Never want to see that Newcastle down first, and as a result, with little to spare, they are going to throw that evac, even though actually as I checked the timer in saying that, I'm wrong. 30 seconds is more than enough to make this close, but I guess given the kind of pace of this lobby, you are allowed to do this and not be punished. As close as you are to these enemy teams, they do not have that tracking to get you off that zip line, and as a result, they will position themselves still not within zone, but maybe in the space to follow up on some of these late rotators, notably Imperial Howl Lovers, who lose out on once more.
Yeah, that was Paraphernalia. Daryl Granberry gonna find the knock there onto Germ. So Momo will be back online, courtesy of Jack the Ripper. But this squad, Imperial Howl Lovers, are gonna be down to 2 still, unless they can find a way to recover that lifeline banner. This is our winners of game 2. This is the team that we're expecting to do lots. Now they've got a good position in way of where they're at in this game. In 7 squads remaining, but Jack the Ripper spots out one and says, "Hey, I gotta head for the hills. I need to find somewhere safer."
Safer may not exist here with 7 squads remaining. You don't have much of a cross available. Jack holding on to those smokes because that'll be the only safety they get off some of these crosses. Might have to turn tail towards that monument area and look to pick up the KP of our rotating squads. And as a duo, they're one of the few teams that I would say can actually make good on a promise like that. Surprisingly, even with the horizon just spotted in this location, it is going to be safe. Imperial Howl Lovers are allowed to persist here, and you can see the rest of these teams, they're going to find the fights for them.
Yeah, Skino under fire here. It looks like Tons able to capitalize on a kill as well. And there,
Skino out.
Yep, there goes Skino. Okay, hold up though. Sun Valley Goats, they're still in this one. That's a team that wiped Skino, and you have to remember, at the start of this one, it was only Alvarez that survived. So they find a reset. They get some KP back into this, and they're one of our 5 squads remaining.
Tons, though, moving on over closer and closer towards this eastern side. I can't help but remind you who's on the other end of this rock. Apparently, Jack with a Kraber in hand. 10 bullets, 4 in the chamber, and clearly some pixels that are already chugging here. Misses that 0-1, and still not done, but shot found first. The reload to potentially look for more, and that's the danger you have to worry with, especially with the changes to shield evo. It's pretty much guaranteed a knock if you find heavies these days.
Yeah, Tons now in the low ground, as even as it would have gotten if they continued that fight there with Imperial Howl Lovers. They don't, though. They set their eyes elsewhere. Team giving up the high ground as they rotate through the tunnel. Cataclysm. Wow, you got to get out of dodge, buddy, on the backside. I can't tell if that was a misclick, but maybe just worried that somebody was continuing to push this way. Gravity Lift going to allow Monster up and over the rocks, but shot out of the sky, and it's the Dreamy Bulls on the opposite end, your kill leaders here in Game 3. And they don't quite find the finishes on these squads, but finding knocks, making sure that they're going to be in a safe spot. Ooh, and that's a bit awkward with that castle wall. It looks like it's just outside the zone.
For such a useful tool, I'm surprised to see it at least initialized here on the very cusp, like you said. As a result, they will not have that available for the potential rotations as this one goes on, but even still, Tons, they'll clean up some success on the other side. Jack the Ripper down, and these 2 mega monsters are finding what might be the remnants of themselves. Cataclysm will inevitably be picked up as Momogo Loco is potentially that final member. We'll have to see if they get resets off. Finally, let's take a look at some of our other squads. Of course, Electronic and crew. We talk about the Sun Valley Goats and their full reset from earlier. They've got this Spire to themselves.
Yeah, and they're the only full team, right?
Oh my gosh.
They're in arguably the best spot to be in. Unfortunately, they're falling down, and well, Paraphernalia gonna make this one hurt here. Electronic falls. They look to go for that res. They have to give up that height, but I don't think anybody is going to push too aggressively. Imperial Howl Lovers still in this one. Paraphernalia, another team. And I believe Dreamy Bulls and Sun Valley Goats, the 4 that remain.
Dreamy Bulls up on height, already moving out and away from that castle wall position, looking to capitalize on the height here. This is where I likely assume we see Paraphernalia still playing from an upper end themselves. Yes, over there on the other side of the bridge line. That's something that's going to be one of the first positions removed, though, this game. Will not be available as, there we go. Sun Valley Goats do find Imperial Howl Lovers out and forth to remain into our top 3v3v3, and I love this from K. Has been on fire all game and continues to ignite here, even with one pillar separating you and the opponent, is still finding the majority of damage against all three here. That further rock, though, that's going to be the movement ahead here in a moment for Paraphernalia.
Yeah, good rotations there to find the players on that bridge, K. Getting heaps of damage down, just chipping away at the resources available. It's blue shields for 2. Daryl Granberry sitting on the purple, so the healthiest of the squad. It's full teams across the board here. Paraphernalia, Sun Valley Goats, and Dreamy Bulls as Rhino forced to back away. He cannot peek his head out any longer.
I hate to say it, but with this kind of pressure, it almost feels like Dreamy Bulls are forcing Paraphernalia into Sun Valley on this other side. I mean, they don't have much of a spire themselves. The cover is diminishing, and as a result, these two teams would be potentially forced to fight each other, and then it's just a quick cleanup from the other side. Daryl Granberry already down, makes it a 2v3. Now the only question is, do they put out any damage in response to give Dreamy Bulls their opening? Well, I'll tell you what the zone will.
Yeah, the zone just pushing them forward, and Paraphernalia goes right on into them. Paraphernalia now gone, and only one remains, the Sun Valley Goats, and that will be enough for the Dreamy Bulls to finally claim their stake atop the mountain here in Game 3.
For the Dreamy Bulls, it is a game built in perfection. It's not a team that gets in your face and goes all bars to the walls when we talk about aggressive, but they still find their way around the edge of the map and pick up team after team, notably the initial one being that of the Imperial Howl Lovers. That's a huge success, one with a little bit of the extra sauce when we talk about fueling the momentum for this roster for the rest of the game, and it's something that they did very well with.
Yeah, and you talk about sauces. We've got an array of sauces in front of us. All of these teams playing, and we got a taste, a very exquisite taste of MIA. Then we got the very familiar, ketchup-y. Yeah. We expect this from Imperial Howl Lovers. Then it's a little different, and we're moving over to like the ketchup ranch or the ketchup mayo. We're like, okay, Dreamy Bulls, we see you. Who's next? Right? We're getting these reoccurring tastes. But now it's time for somebody else to step up, and I'm excited to see where we go as these points get tallied up for Game 3. As you guys know, we've got 8 games on the day, 1 more remaining on World's Edge, and it'll come to you guys right after this short break.
Welcome back to the VESL one-off Apex Finals here. We are almost towards our halfway point, but before we get there, we've still got one map of World's Edge to get through.
Yep, I'm very excited for this one because we have seen a different winner. Nobody's even really had a chance to go back to back in any of these games, and we're starting to see some life. Now, I do want to just, if anybody could, maybe get on your phones or send out, we might need to get like an Amber Alert going because Tons is missing. We don't know what's going on with Tons. They're missing. We haven't really seen them much in the kill feeds. We haven't seen them at the top of the lobbies in way of placement. Tons has gone MIA. Although MIA is MIA, Tons is also MIA.
Well, hey, in fairness to Tons, this last game is their best match yet, right? They come out of it with 9 KP, 5th place. That's 4 points. That alone is 13. That makes up 18 of their points, 13 being from this last game, easily upwards of 70% of their score line. So if they can keep on that same pacing, they have the chance to jump up literally within one game. Something we saw out of a team like Dreamy Bulls. There was almost going to be another call out from Tanner here, but they thankfully found their way to first with 10 KP and now sit in 3rd place with 25.
Well, you know, to start the day, and something that I wanted to post to you when I was talking about how much Apex you've cast, and this really goes for any game, but Apex is one where there's, you know, a lot of ramp up. There are different play styles, and then you do have multiple days where things change the way that you're playing. And what I thought we were seeing from Imperial Howl Lovers in game 1 was that they were not playing their game. So I was wondering if maybe that was something that you were seeing, or if you know, had any insight on the effect of not playing your game, right? Imperial Howl Lovers played so aggressive. They were fighting everybody, they were eliminating everybody, and they were winning games. And then we come in Championship Sunday, and the nerves are a little bit higher, and it wasn't the same Imperial Howl Lovers that we've seen. Even in the last game, they make it to the final circle with 1 person remaining. Like, that's heartbreaking. So, yeah, I'm sure you see a lot of it, and I just wanted to get your thoughts on, you know, teams not playing their game come Championship Sunday.
You know, it's always going to come down to adapting to the lobby ahead, right? And this is something that you've got to get used to. A team that can roll through easier lobbies does have to respect the competition that evolves as we make it towards the finals. And for a team like Pain, they've got to do the same as well. Exotic already eliminated here. Got to be careful, though. Green Hope Falcons, they've had their rough strides, and losing Floor early would not make this 2v3 any easier.
No, not at all. Pain, one of our top teams to watch as well. A scary team at that. Keep an auto turret on our radar for as long as they have survived. But 2v3, like you mentioned, Green Hope Falcons just on the other side. Potato just getting caught on the reload. Good damage in response, but I mean, just nothing they could do there. So an unfortunate turnout as 1 remains, that being auto turret, and it seems like with these Bangalore smokes, they are headed for the hills. And we'll see if Green Hope Falcons go on the chase or if they keep it slow and steady here, collecting their 2 KP.
Well, hey, even if they go down soon, they're not the first team eliminated. Sun Valley Goats find their struggles early and are the first team out in 20th for a team that, by the way, just finished second with 7 here. We talk about a lot of the sporadic nature of this lobby. These teams are bouncing back and forth, rubber banding when we talk about the performance today. So the only team that has seemingly kept it somewhat consistent is Rams. They've had the best performance thus far in terms of 2nd, 6th, and then 9th with some KP. But the truth is, even that is beginning to fall off.
Yeah, Ballistic Busters also finding themselves on the wrong end. A bit of damage, and it looks like Full Box have just been eliminated as well. So unfortunate. It looked like they were getting the better of the Ballistic Busters, but instead it's them who get erased. Now Imperial Howl Lovers maybe sniffing something as they have left their claim to Big Mod. Move their way out towards Stacks, and Momo Go Loco is on the hunt. Nothing to be had, though.
Toxic Ghost. They might be the next team eliminated here. Already down at 2 between Project W and Toxic Knight. It is left to Phantom Void to potentially sprawl and find success here against the RCS Bulldogs. But oh, Joshi delivers that final punch, and as a result takes us to our 17 remaining. Remember, if you finish in 20th to 16th, you get 0 points, 0 placement, and whatever KP you manage to scrounge.
And the fights don't stop, right? We're also seeing Skinny Pop and Co. up in that kill feed, and that was our team. We talked about their consistency in Rams, and I mean, they're being anything but that right now as Monster maybe seeming to have some connectivity issues. They're taking the fight. That's Tons versus Green Hope Falcons. Floor forced away. Going to try and play the Rampart shields here and just back away from the fight. Spicy Pepper just left to go. Shots in the backside. Won't be enough to finish. They're definitely going to be chased down. Monster, actually, it looks like getting third party. As Champions are also finding a scrap here. Green Hope Falcons to be cleaned up as Napstaboo, the only one that remains. Fortunately, they're quite far away from this fight, and we have seen plenty of resets. We'll see if Green Hope Falcons can do just that.
Same camp he said for Rams. Finally eliminated themselves. A team that I peddled consistency is, well, found in the face of the Imperial Howl Lovers. Quickly dropped out early here. We're about to breach the placements where they will start to cook. Something to note, though, is the fact that Exotic and Potato, as much as this struggle was in their starting contest here towards Harvester, Auto Turret gets out, they get the revive, and they will be able to play this one back in. And I gotta say, Tanner, it has been an absurd start to our 4th and final game
Yeah.
of World's Edge. This is an insanely accelerated lobby when we talk about, especially looking at some of these previous pacings. And doesn't seem like it's slowing down here with the universe already finding cracks galore.
Yeah, good shots there. Val greater than Apex. One of our teams that middles right around 9 KP in some of these games. Went out a little earlier than they were hoping for. And it's Skino on the other side. A bit of an extended break while Skino got some good R&R before jumping into this lobby. They are going to give up on that fight, though. Look to back away, maybe play a bit safer as they continue to work their way into the zone. And maybe a team at their backside. Yeah, there is. So defensive bombardment just going to allow that rotation to continue. And they've got to get out of dodge so they don't get sandwiched there.
A bit of a shame. We do see Exotic brought down at the hands of the Champions. EMP will be picked up in return. So it is a 2v2 between the Champions here and Toxic, or my apologies, Pain, as they have been on the recovery. Losing out, though, on, well, at least one more there. EMP will be picked up, and now with one final stuck within the corner, a bit of a crack from behind, but I'm seeing more than just a single bit of damage here. Might have been a reset from the likes of the Champions.
Yeah, an auto turret.
Yep,
I mean,
it is.
oh man, healing inside the smoke, but couldn't stay in long enough as Champions come to collect. Like you mentioned, they go ahead and get reset there. They got 3 players standing. They make quick work of the 2 that remain. And it was JAR also in that kill feed getting punished. As the Green Hope Falcons, go ahead. Let's see what's on the other side of this, Napsta. Okay.
Nothing.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm surprised they're just allowed to do that.
Boy,
Oh.
big shout out to the huge success there on the edge from the Champions. I love that composition, the hard reset from something like the Newcastle, but also having the conduit for those intra-team shielding. That could be so good. You know what isn't, though? This kind of setup. Sitting on wet napkins here, you've got paraphernalia. Full white. Well, Rhino eliminated already right off the bat. I'd be shocked if we see them extend for the reset here. You might as well just let that one fall and pick up the banner a little bit later, but instead they give themselves away. Shots ringing true and clear, but no drops down. You've got to put something together.
Yeah, RCS Bulldogs looking to go collect that 1 kill, not expecting the 2 players just on the outside of the epicenter here. That castle wall finally coming down, but it does not create the cover that they were hoping for. The mobile shields are going to be traded back and forth. Those wet napkins not going to do a whole lot in keeping I'm alive here, and this one is the RCS Bulldogs look to collect here. Joshy, able to get himself healed up there. Nice swap on the shields. The rest of the team, A-OK, and Paraphernalia, fortunately, take an early exit.
Same with Sunrise Gaming, a team that has had their strides today in 5th, currently out in 13th there. Skino picks them up on their rotation as we had just seen them off the back end of Fragment, so potentially close to the action. For the rest of the teams trying to find their way back together, we've literally seen this only moments before, just a different squad. One of 8 Watson mains takes advantage of the exact same replicator to get the Mavericks potentially back into play. Still has to find a respawn beacon. The first one was already utilized.
It is. We've seen so much of that. We've seen so many resets, so many fights where one player is allowed to survive. Nobody feeling too comfy to just continue that chase to make sure that that squad does get eliminated. Now, previously, before we jumped on board here with Imperial High Lovers, Momo Go Loco got the down and the finish onto Velocity. That is the Newcastle player for Dreamy Bulls. So our champions of old in Game 3 might not be able to go back-to-back unless they can find a reset themselves. Meanwhile, the RCS Bulldogs, they're in a great place, man. We watched them fight so scrappy in Game 3, and then we see them fighting scrappy again here in Game 4, and they walk away with it so set up so well, right? Purple shields, they've got their upgrades, and now they're looking to get rotated into the zone. That's got to feel good for that squad.
I mean, it feels good, especially given the fact that it's more points than you have accumulated in your first 3 games alone here. We'll hope to see them potentially multiply that score factor as they at least get their way into zone. Something to note about this zone in particular is if you're coming from the countdown end, can be a bit difficult because landslide is as open-ended as it gets, especially with what kind of seeing from maybe Delicate. Delicate is every single time we tune in Delicate, my man is absolutely struggling.
Yeah, get a little goofy there. Maybe didn't count the 3 reattachments on the zip line there, so ends up falling down. We have seen Moggers find themselves in some pretty strong placements when it comes to where they're finishing in these lobbies. Maybe not the highest in kills, but a 5th place here, a 7th place there. So they've been chipping away at their score total in way of placements and, you know, playing the edge of the zone like we've seen there. And this is the team that we saw earlier on in the game, finding some early KP inside Fragment, that being Val greater than Apex. Ooh, when they spot the EVA 8 inside the care package, I don't think that's worth making that trek across that open area just yet.
I don't know either. We'll see if they make the close. I don't know if a charge rifle is something else that I would like to see. Delicate Apex is going to pull this one off, and hopefully they've got the sturdy aim to pull this at least in the future. For now, though, we are going to be catering more to the western side. We do leave the major premises of the Skyhook area, and usually I would say, oh, this is the mass exodus, but most of these teams don't even present themselves in a lot of these areas fairly early. They all seem to love fighting out on the edge. So likely that a lot of these rotations, ones like you see here from MIA, should be fairly free. It's a building completely open, ready to go. Meanwhile, on the other side, Skino finding big wipes against Val greater than Apex. That is a mega team to eliminate. And for Skino, I mean, this has been their game.
Yeah, they've been a little bit quieter. One of our middling teams for the first couple of days. Now they take down that strong team, like that strong gunfighting team in Val greater than Apex. So confident there after coming off of that win. See if they can find something more. RCS Bulldogs got themselves prim and proper inside this building. Want to work towards those red Evos. I don't know how much more they'll be able to get off of that. Beautiful shots, though, from Joshy. And I mean, this Spitfire, it doesn't matter if you're not hitting the shots. You've got accuracy by volume when you're just able to continue sending rounds down range.
Hey, you may say accuracy by volume, but all I see is a mega recoil that makes it harder and harder to find the shots that count there. At least for now, it will be recoveries on the other side, but they've still got a great building to work with. This zone, though, is going to keep pulling west. Not even to over here. This is something that works its way towards the other side of Trials. We've seen this finish where you have the exit of Trials, the one sniper tower, and that's just about it available to our teams. The thing I'm most curious to know is, who is the team on height? Who has Trials height? Because they usually get to make that final claim to drop down at some point.
And we also saw reset Dreamy Bulls getting velocity back in the action. So 9 squads left, 27 players. That's the maximum that we can have. So healthy are our teams remaining. Zone 4 going to be closing here soon. RCS Bulldogs find their own height atop their building. And evac tower, you see Joshi flirting with the idea, maybe checking that one out, but it will go away. Unfortunate as we take a look here. Moggers actually looks like they're in a fight just on the outside of Trials there, and Skino are coming up on them.
We'll see them in the midst of it potentially soon here, as Dreamy Bulls have already found one on the interior. This is that squad that was trying to break in to the interior of Trials, already dropping down with the black pole and the combo there. It doesn't even seem like Nixa Crew want to fight this one back for the champions. This is probably their last remaining moments, already down a 2-piece, as now Dreamy Bulls are the team in control of the Trials Center. Do have to respect the height. Can't just forget about them, but it is still.
Well, there's 4 teams fighting there, right? We were just seeing Cataclysm shoot from up top, and when Dreamy Bulls had pushed in to fight that, it was actually Champions and MIA that were fighting, and Champions walk out of that one with Anthony still alive. Okay, so they get the better half of the 4 teams fighting inside Trials there. I say the better half. It doesn't get... That's basically it. I think they've peaked. Champions have peaked in this game, unless Anthony can do something insane. And now we see Moggers with that charge rifle. It's delicate, taking some shots. Lands 1 of 4. Hey, 25%. That's not too bad. I mean, it's failing when it comes to grades, but I'll take it.
Make it 1 of potentially 8 now. The damage hasn't been found from the charge rifle, and for Skino, they're more than happy to take this position away as a result. They actually faced the majority of their initial damage from the wall alone. Thankfully for them, the saving grace of a team moving in from behind throws a thorn into Skino's plans. They get that bubble down and will be able to at least dodge the Rolling Thunder fort now. Constantly moving ahead, though, the RCS Bulldogs are looking for the swing, and this castle wall gives them the prime advantage to do so.
Yeah, cover in the front, cover in the back. And now it's the RCS Bulldogs that can take shots up towards that Moggers team. And we're forced to come down off that cliff now, maybe forced to rotate here. There's a raid portal. You don't want to take that raid portal, I'll tell you that much. The Ballistic Busters also under fire.
All right.
Yeah, there we go. There's the bleed out. There's the finish on it to Moggers. So they have been erased. And RCS Bulldogs, I mean, this is their lobby. They have come to collect here in Game 4.
Now, the question remains. We look at that next and further zone, and the height is always a problem. The height is something you have to respect. Thankfully for them, Newcastle seems to be the favorite here, and that revive will set Super Bat Kid back up into position. But the team that actually hosts the position directly in zone has control of the exterior side. It's none other than Imperial Howl Lovers.
And if you're any other team in this lobby, 8 games, the top 3 teams are walking with the prize money, and Imperial Howl Lovers being this deep in another game means that this first place spot that they've held on to, 30 points elite, you can see it up top there. You have to imagine they're going to continue hanging on to that one.
Wow. Single firing the Hemi. That is, I mean, for the extra control from distance, that is definitely the reason why you see this weapon in such a great position. On the interior, Ballistic Busters, Valk is surprisingly able to survive for, I will say, not but a moment, not but a second, but a blink of the eye, as they are quickly eliminated from height there. Nice extension out from the likes of Imperial Howl Lovers. Got to be careful, though. Germ 2 Nasty takes a big brunt of damage, and I believe that might have been big body shots as Skino drops as well. Tons here from above. I'm curious to see, do they still have height off of this?
That's a great question. If they may, because
They shouldn't. They should not.
Right, but where do they go, right? Dreamy Bulls had taken this place underneath that position that they were playing. Imperial Howl Lovers looking to rotate on the outside. There's a rat somewhere. Where's that rat? we need to find that rat. We've got tons RCS Bulldogs.
Okay, they're all here.
Okay, well, okay, unfortunately, there go tons. Okay, tons are gone. Imperial Howl Lovers now spotting out. Oh, my goodness, the single fire. You mentioned it before. I'm going to say it again. Germ, nasty with the single fire on the Hemlock, and that's going to put good shots into the Dreamy Bulls. Meanwhile, off of that damage taken, Dreamy Bulls, they set their sights elsewhere and they find a knock onto Joshi, who's playing behind this castle wall in the RCS Bulldogs.
We take a look at that poll. Momogo Loco derives where the closest part remains. The only thing Imperial Howl lovers have to worry about is one of these two teams opting to send it. Granted, Dreamy Bulls continuing to find major knocks like that does spell issues for our end results here. Lumiere and Super Batkid now the only remaining members for the Bulldogs to potentially pull this one off. And I don't know, maybe they might get feisty. They might say, Dreamy Bulls, you made us the sufferers. We will make you the suffering, and they could potentially send it. Even still, though, they've got seconds to decide.
And they have to go zone at their back. Imperial Howl lovers at their front. You would hope if you're Dreamy Bulls that they could chip away here, but yep, that's going to do it. RCS Bulldogs have been erased. Now the castle wall comes out. It's Imperial Howl lovers on one side and Dreamy Bulls on the other. Our winners on the day, the Dreamy Bulls looking to go back-to-back as Germ takes some shot forced off the high ground and not come through. It's Jack the Ripper gone. Momo about to follow, and it's all up to Germ. Rez to come through. Prowler shots won't land. He's got 2 burst weapons, and he's running out of ammunition. Red shields aplenty on the opposite side, and the Dreamy Bulls will go back-to-back.
For the Dreamy Bulls, it is a success built in blood, but for them, it is the first team to reach double wins on the day of here. It's a huge win, one that potentially spells what could potentially, be threats on the backside of the Imperial Howl lovers. Something to note there in that fight is the separation from the Howl lovers, which is used to create the space and zone out all these other teams, comes back to bite them. With that full launched assault from the Dreamy Bulls, the Newcastle wall in combination with the mobile shield there makes it literally impossible to get full LOS from all 3 individuals. As a result, in that split-second moment, Dreamy Bulls take full advantage of that, and they get those initial 2 knocks.
Yeah, and it was huge to be heads up, right? Because your Newcastle, he's jumping forward with that wall, right? He's getting you set up. Hey, let's get... line of scrimmage is smack dab in the center of this zone, so we don't have to worry about that. And Germ was set up on height to play those shots to the back, but Bulls were ready for that, and immediately Germ gets knocked off of height. They're ready for any situation like that because they understand how spaced out Imperial Howl lovers were playing. So very heads up there at the end. One of 2 teams on the weekend that have gone back-to-back as they close out World's Edge. Dreamy Bulls, they still got some points that they are chasing. We're going to go ahead and get those tallied up. But when we come back, we're flipping the script. We're turning the page. We're headed out to Storm Point right after this.
Welcome back to the VESL one-off Apex tournament. We not only bring you Stormpoint, but we also bring you the scores. Imperial Howl Lovers lead the pack, not only dominantly, but so far and above the rest that it would take 2 games for the next closest and literally 4 for anyone else in the lobby to surpass them at 79 points. Even without the win of the last game, they absolutely balloon the gap between them and second.
And the worst part is you say that it would take 2 games or it would take 4 games, but then you have to account for where Imperial Howl Lovers are going to end up. This is what I will say for the light at the end of the tunnel, the silver lining, maybe for some of these teams that are still chasing, under 30 points.
Sure.
Is we have seen Imperial Howl Lovers slow down when we move to Stormpoint. I don't think they have a win on Stormpoint, and they also aren't leading in KP on Stormpoint. So we are going to be swapping maps here momentarily, and I think this is the best chance, right? To the back half of the day is where we should see our number 1 team slow down a little bit, which I guess you could probably attest to the larger map size. We'll see if there's any type of contest. We'll see how Imperial Howl Lovers are traversing this map. But I mean, now it's pedal to the metal, right? Dreamy Bulls being the closest team, you have to have some big game here.
Yeah, 47 points on the board for the Dreamy Bulls after their double win. It's an achievement in itself, but as you pointed out during the break, an 18th place with 0 and a 15th with 2 is something that will hold them back and potentially burn them into second for the rest of our second half today. But hey, that's going to be Stormpoint that decides it. And for the rest of these teams, don't forget, even getting to third place is $1,000 on the line for you, and that is more than achievable. I would still say for any one of our rosters in the lobby currently, that could be achieved within 1 game. 28 points from the Tons is the current position, 27 from the Rams, 26 from Champions, MIA with 25 tied with Valve with Apex. I mean, we're talking about point single differences to stake claim to that one.
And it looks like our number 1 and number 2 going to be on opposite sides of the map. It's a launch pad drop for Imperial Howl Lovers, and it's a north pad drop for the Dreamy Bulls. It'll be quite some time before we see them go head-to-head. We jump on into our team here at Mills. It's Tons. It's a team that they were able to hang on. They had the high ground for quite some time. I believe a 4th place finish in that last game. And okay, early KP here available for them. It's the Mavericks on the other side.
This is something that this team will have to worry about potentially all day long here for their next 4 matches. This contest at the Mill could potentially set them up or put them behind. It is the initial knock on the Phoenix Yeeter there. Notably, it is going to be a lifeline, though, so you are going to get that free reset. It's not going to be the health that comes with it, but at least the full setup. Notakai will be down, and I don't know if that's the same kind of reset from the Tons, but from behind, though,
wow,
Cataclysm moves in.
Wow, I mean, this is what Cataclysm has been doing, looking for different angles. This is the player on this team that is putting themselves in positions that are very feast or famine. And right now, Cataclysm is eating, able to even the odds. That allows for the res onto Notakai, so this Bangalore back in the mix here. But as you mentioned, it is a lifeline on the opposite side, so easy res is available for the Mavericks, and this fight continues. They're not slowing down just yet. They're just looking for angles, and Notakai under fire once more.
Has to be so careful there, but instead is caught by one of 8 Watson mains here. Meanwhile, Monster looking just as bad off the choke of the side. It's up to Cataclysm to 1v2, and for Phoenix Yeeter sitting on no shielding available, it might be doable here. Cataclysm pulling Monster back, maybe potentially looking to bait it out with the red behind the shielding, though. He takes it. Phoenix Yeeter eaters it up. Squad eliminated.
And that is so tough. You could see that the Mavericks were just feeling the pressure there in a 1v1, feeling like they have to make a move, and they just make the wrong move there. Don't back away to reset. I didn't see what the resources were. Maybe they didn't have the health available to them, but that stings for the Mavericks. Meanwhile, Tons put in a great spot as they need to get something done. They are one of our teams chasing this top spot, and they've got a ways to go.
Speaking of chasing the top spot here, Champions with their big success over Sunrise Gaming takes them from 26 to 29 points. The Tons, you're actually thankful they win that initial fight because they are just barely ahead now by 2 at 31. This is when we talk about that third place race. The bar continues to rise here, and even though the Tons have shown their success in these last 2 games, they got to keep tabs on it, right? Every one of these teams is looking for ways to account, and what could be a 1-point gap could be suddenly 5, 9, 10 points ahead of you.
In the first couple of days, I thought Storm Point was a great map for Tons. A win eluded them yesterday, but they look a lot more confident in taking fights here, and the rotations as well. It shows in that early fight at the mill. Now we see Full Box eliminated early in Game 4. Still early here in Game 5, first of our Storm Points. And they're still flirting with the idea of quite possibly looking for some early KP, trying to take a scrap with the team that's got the height.
And that just sounds silly. Hearing that sentence with barely any other additional contents just sounds silly. The only difference between them and their successor here is the fact that they've got the napkins to boot. Sitting on triple whites, it is going to be a 75 health advantage on the other end of this fight. And with the doors down, doesn't get much better. Castle Wall is some good defense, but they have taken positions that lead to their early advantages. Jossie now set down and below. That's your revive tool unavailable, and it is a quick cleanup for the Full Box.
Wow, Full Box. I mean, live up to their name and box RCS Bulldogs in. And that's another moment early in this game where you can see another team feeling the pressure. RCS Bulldogs weren't sure what they wanted to do. They had the height, right? They had that angle. As soon as that fight starts to kick off, those doors get blown. One person on the team is thinking, we need to evac. And by that moment, that hesitation in do we fight or do we flight, it ends up meaning they just get wiped.
Well, fight or flight, they found their own success. Something. It is going to be the biggest win for Full Box off of what has been at least a day of pain in 20th overall. That is more points that they have just achieved than what they are able to put together all day long. For Plor and Naps to Blue, though, they have seen success. This is a team that has come out on top of some fights in terms of the Green Hope Falcons. It hasn't been the best of situations, but it also doesn't seem like it's going to get much better. Imperial Howl Lovers is not where you want to be testing the waters, not where you want to be starting to get into your exchanges.
Not at all. Quickly cleaned out there are the Green Hope Falcons. The Imperial Howl Lovers, 3 KP, and they're going to go ahead and reap the rewards, whatever they can get. Evac Tower will help get them out of the zone into the ring here. The Rams find a knock on a Cataclysm. That's Tons getting taken down early. Again, I keep reiterating this, but we expected a lot of the Tons. This was supposed to be their map. This was supposed to be their back half. And unfortunately for them, Rams getting the better half of that first bit of exchange as we take a peek at our Dreamy Bulls here, our back-to-back winners in Game 3, in Game 4. And the closest team to Imperial Howl Lovers, we'll see if they can maybe best them early in this lobby to make sure that they don't continue to stack up points.
Yeah, that's the problem, though. You already made mention of it at the beginning of the day. They start on completely opposite sides of the map here, and so as a result, it's unlikely we see their exchange. So for the Dreamy Bulls, they need to get into fights. They need to pick up points here. Relis and K, though, already low on this exchange, leads me to believe that they also need to survive.
Skino on the opposite side. K will find the first knock. Great shots here from Vert, but can't quite capitalize on the rest here. Relis down, another one falls, and Vert is so healthy in this, a 1v2, and Vert will do it all himself.
And that is a situation that you would hate to see if you're Dreamy Bulls, but love it otherwise for the Imperial Howl Lovers. They will set themselves up now knowing that going into this game, any extra additional amount of points that they find is just going to absolutely make it a pain for the Dreamy Bulls in their final 3 here. Thankfully for the Bulls, it is a good situation in that they themselves have a wide margin between them and the Tons. But even still, losing out on a fight down as early as 15th or so with only the singular placement point, they will catch up. Teams are coming.
And Dreamy Bulls, right as they get eliminated, that kill feed lights up with none other than Imperial Howl Lovers taking out Toxic Ghost. So another 3 KP to Imperial Howl Lovers. I mean, this team, I think right now what it feels like, we still have 4 games to go. Well, 3.5 as 12 squads still remain here in Game 5. But it almost feels like Imperial Howl Lovers are playing against themselves, right? Can they best their 180-point record from the last 2 games in 8 days? Can they do that again today in the 8 games that they will play as they continue to push forward? Purple shields abound. So upgrades available, and now they're just looking for the fights.
Something to note is that teams like the Tons are still alive here, and that's when we talk about the potential shifting nature of our squads going into our top 3. The rest of our teams, though, still yet to move. We get back to the main presence of the size of this map and how long it does take for some of these teams, especially who aren't as quantified with the rotations. Literally almost all of them, apparently. Northwestern side is led by the Tons into the insert of pylons, but for everyone else, have not found a place to call themselves home. Obviously, you've got a team like Imperial Howl Lovers there, but it is literally just MIA and Full Box. Full Box, who, mind you, literally start on the southeastern side. Everyone else, I mean, this is just okay.
Well, I mean, if you're Tons, that screams KP, right? They're able to just gatekeep those teams rotating in. We did see a team rotating far east around that pylon area instead of just walking through that choke point, expecting a team to be there. But for the rest of them, we'll see if Tons are able to collect or play gatekeeper on the teams that want to work their way in. Beast the Hunt is online, but only for a moment longer. As Dumpling's going to find themselves an upgrade and an evac tower out to safety as Val, greater than Apex, will go up and over the top and hope to find some refuge.
In most of these scenarios, it's like a hope to find some refuge because, you know, it's like Apex where these zones are contested. These places are hard to fight for. The reality is you could throw a dart on the map and probably be okay as a roster right now when we talk about these intra circles, because for most of the teams, they're still not in. We check in here on the side with Rams, a team who, by the way, is one of the closest to breaking into the top 3, and they still haven't made the move forward here. Meanwhile, wow, as good as the rotation has been, as safe as it would have looked, Val the Apex finds themselves down to just the universe, a leap in hand. It might likely be the run, but instead is the full wipe here.
Wow. And I mean, Proto just went crazy. Did not miss a shot there. Your kill leader, 9 KP for Champions. And they're trying to find their way into the mix, looking to find a pedestal spot. They've dealt with a handful of teams. They took down Pain earlier in the game. And now we see them take down another. And this right here, I mean, when it comes to lobbies like this, where again, there's no skill threshold, right? You don't have to be X level of player to be able to play here. You're getting a little bit of everything. Confidence is huge. Momentum is huge, right? That snowball effect is so much more apparent, and we're really seeing it with Champions, but they still have to worry about 2 Titans that are still alive in this lobby.
2 Titans that are still alive, but more importantly, the fact that while they have some points here, teams like Tons and Rams are also here, right? I know we're contesting against Dreamy Bulls and Imperial Hell Lovers, but the truth is, they need to surpass those 2 first to even get into the conversation of third. And as long as Tons and Rams continues to survive and fight, it is going to be an incredibly close point margin for the rest of everyone else.
And Tons find an elimination onto Vert, who 3K'd in a fight earlier over the Dreamy Bulls, ruining their chances of dreaming of a win here. Quickly turned into a nightmare, getting eliminated early in this game. Down to their last is Skino, and they're just going to be walking around 1 strong. Rams in a pretty middling spot here. Blue shields across the board for the team. It doesn't look like any real KP gone their way just yet. They've got a good spot in the zone, but I mean, this pylon area, right? We know that so many teams will rotate in this direction. So with the zone pushing forward, you know players are also headed this way.
Seems like we got a bit of a wraith there on the other side to set up for Port in just a moment. And hey, they're more than happy to take advantage. An initial knock down from the ring. That'll be Sammy bleeding out there here, leading us to the fact that this is JAR, and Delicate on the other side of this also shows that Moggers are present in this fight. So this could be 2 major pickups for the likes of Rams.
Allowed to res here. I get it. I understand. Oh, never mind. Paraphernalia worked their way on in. Get something done there, but the backstab is here. And I mean, this was that rotation. This was going to be a death zone. The shots are great. Unfortunately, not going to be enough, as Rams will collect the heads of Paraphernalia and send them out. Yeah, that's exactly what they needed.
It's a setup that keeps them competitive, especially after watching the Champions moments before. My only question remains that we saw the Champions, I believe, take to the skies with an evac earlier in this game. They're likely set up well within this zone alongside teams like the Ballistic Busters, Imperial Howl Lovers, and the rest of R6 here. And the nice thing is we are going to be going directly to Echo. I mean, this is going to be one of the few zones that actually plays nicely into the mix of one of our POIs. And with that means there's a lot of space to play. I will remind you that this building here by the Imperial Howl Lovers has a 2nd floor underneath. They've got Grav Cannon available. The interior of Echo, 2 buildings towards the south. All 7 teams should have space here in this next zone.
Yeah, let's see if Imperial Howl Lovers allow anybody to have space in this next zone. They've got themselves set up nicely atop this building. Full box at a good spot as well. 5 bats. Oh, no, never mind. Full box, maybe. Getting pushed out of their position. Spencer forced to rotate out. Gaming-itis. Go ahead and rock that Phoenix kit to get topped off. Nobody here to pressure any longer. Ooh, Monster actually getting knocked. That's Champions looking to collect more heads.
This is really good. This is a fate-sealing fight, by the way. Champions v Tons. Tons or Champions, whoever comes on top, throw potentially Rams in the mix as well. These 3 teams all looking for 3rd place. It will be Skinny Pop above that finds big damage down, utilizing the edge. But as a result, it is Tons in their final moments that picks up the 2 of these squads. A team that has led in lobbies before continues to reign supreme, breaks into the top 5. It does come at the cost at Nautikai, but it's more important to find that placement, because the top 5 is where you truly start to see those points begin to evolve.
And that's so heartbreaking for Champions. Sticks 1 HP, trying to make it out of that 3-way fight. It eventually goes down to the zone. Probably wouldn't have got much further because Cataclysm was healthy on the outside, but to die to the zone after all of that, and after the game Champions have had, that stings to get caught out on that rotation. That's full box. I mean, they're still sitting pretty on the inside here. Not quite getting pressured out just yet. Jack the Ripper gonna rip through some of the shields with this Kraber in hand. And name a better duo than Imperial Howlevers and, well, shots like that, but also Red Shields, right? Or even Jack the Ripper and Red Shields. This team is does not shy away from finding damage.
To be honest, they don't shy away from just being efficient, too. The truth is, in this game, while, yes, we see them fight against 2 squads, you're not going to get all of your Evo from just that. Things like the caches, the PvE metrics as well. A team like Imperial Lovers is really good at working with all of that. So for now, they are going to be one of the few on the red. We tune on back over to MIA, who sits just as a duo. Not a Kai, though. This is something really important. They got the banner earlier, found a Moby. They're going to get the full member back into it.
Let's see if they can get Mochi back here for MIA. Momo Go Loco is going a little loco. Maybe just looking to find some cover there to be able to top off those shields. I was hoping they weren't chasing a kill, and that is going to be the case here. They're just going to top themselves off, get nice and healthy. I mean, Imperial Howlevers from this point on just need to play smart, right? Play smart, make sure that you're getting placement points, find KP along the way, and they've done just that. They're playing very patient, very collected here in Game 5.
Yeah, as you've made mention of it, at this point, especially with the gap that they've formed, it's not about the wins even at this point. It's just putting up the absurd amount of points and out-surviving. Now, the Tons are still alive within this lobby, and we talk about being one of the closest teams. They've had a bit of a rough one getting through at least the first match of Storm Point, but are still well and present. Something to note, though, as we take a look at this zone is the fact that there ain't a lot of movement available here. I will say MIA probably in the worst spot out of all these teams. They already know that they're stuck in this corner as from shots prior to, and the zone's going to force them out first. The question is, can a team like Imperial Howlevers or even that above them survive off of this corner? It's got a little bit of the closer end pull, but once again, it's a funnel. It's a choke.
Oh, man. I mean, full box are playing on top of Imperial Howlevers, who are playing on top of Tons. Unfortunately, Tons going to be one of the teams that has to move relatively early once this zone starts pushing in. And, oh, man, a Thermite at their feet. This puts them in such an awkward spot. Not wanting to opt into any utility just yet. Arcstar will chip away at the shields. Finally, we get that grab lift. But is somebody looking over the edge, right? That's what Tons are worried about. And no, it's a team pushing this way. Tons going to push right into them here. Red shield's gone. The first knock comes the way through. It's Germs go down. This is Imperial Howlevers biting off more than they can chew, and they will start to choke on it as fights ensue elsewhere. 2 still stand here for Tons, as MIA unfortunately get erased by full box. So 4 squads still in the mix, and Ballistic Busters have not popped their heads out at all. They're still alive with 3. And as the fights continue here, Momo Go Loco trying to keep his team alive. He can't quite find the finish. Will run out of ammunition, forced to reload. And getting aggressive just on the opposite side. Tons looking to close this one out. Momo Go Loco does damage here as Germ eventually falls. Cataclysm to collect that and finish off that kill. Notakai resurrected and will now do just that for his team, as Momo's just put in such an awful spot. Nowhere to run. The ring at their back. Beast of the Hunt available. Scan available as well. Tons back up with 3. Ballistic Buster's still in this fight. But it's Tons' game to win here. They have to get it done here and now.
They don't have the height, though. On the other side here, that is Ballistic Busters. That will be their end, though. From above, Fullbox have made the switch over to the other side. With the Horizon grab lift. I love this position from Spencer, but it is quickly spotted out. Elite from the Imperial Howlevers with the damage, and Tons will surely more than enough wrap in from the other angle. Immune, though, is more than happy to find the tracking to boot there. Doesn't quite get that kill off, but the energy barricade does work where it counts. Immune finally forced to drop off, and it is, I believe, a 2v1 situation. You can hear those revives on the other side from behind the knockdown. He's got to find a knockdown of his own. It's sitting on just a white available. The 2 forming the Phalanx in our final moments, throwing that final Arcstar. The battery giving a little bit of extra life as the zone does the majority of the work. It is a huge turnaround but more importantly, the biggest of wins for Fullbox.
The biggest of wins for Fullbox. It took everything in me, Zephyr, not to cut you off and say, throw the Arc Star, please, throw the Arc Star, Immune. Sitting on that with players just behind the box, I completely understand. That's probably not something that you're thinking about, and I would imagine that was a comm from a teammate saying, dude, you have an Arc Star, play that. The down shield is not going to matter with an Arc Star just behind their rear. And that right there was a masterpiece from Fullbox. I thought Ballistic Busters were actually showing us a great bit of patience in letting everybody fight, but they eventually get caught out. They're forced in, and Fullbox having that position and never giving it up means they find Ballistic Busters, and then means they find our top dogs in Tons and Imperial Howl Lovers in the middle of the mix, and they're just able to come and collect. Now, it was close, but they got it done, and that's all that matters in Game 5.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing that I like the most from that is the fact that Fullbox don't have that position. You made mention of it. They're stacked. Like, they're a little bit of this tiered cake. Tons on the low ground, Imperial House, that beautiful filling in the middle. They opt to give up the control there to go for the risky play. They leap onto Ballistic Buster's spot and take that one away. As a result, they're the team playing from height in that very last moment. And that height, as dicey as it got, was enough to out-survive both the Tons and Imperial Howl Lovers, two absolute behemoths when it comes to the rosters that we see here. For a team that was in 20th, a win like that will surely put them potentially in the realm to look for third. But the only thing that can solve that, Tanner, is our games ahead. When we come back, 3 more on Stormpoint to wrap up the day.
on.
In some cases, we'd be calling it here with Game 6, but today we're going all the way to Game 8. So this is just the bit, the piece, the appetizer before we really hit din-din. Right now on the top of the board, Imperial Howl lovers are clearly far and above ahead of the rest at 93 points.
Yeah, they're doing all right for themselves. They continue to have, that one wasn't the highest kill game. They continue to have high placements, and that's all they really have to do to secure their spot. So now that we are getting to not the last game, but we're starting to get to the dessert, right? We're finishing our main course. Dessert's right around the corner. Which fork do you use? I never know. Somebody's got to contest Imperial Howl lovers. Somebody has to do it. Somebody needs to make this a 18th place game, no KP, nothing, and then someone else needs to go nuclear. We have to see that, or else the gap from second to first is $4 grand. That's a huge jump.
And I will say, though, even with that gap continuing to expand, the competition between second and third has only gotten tighter, with Skino finding an incredible wipe against the Dreamy Bulls last time around for literally 1v3ing there. They set up themselves with only 49 points. Tons after their second place finish is now at 47. I'll throw the bones out to Rams champs and MIA and Paraphernalia. They're only behind realistically by about 13 to 15 points behind that. One good game from any one of them could potentially see them in the money.
Yeah, what I would like to see from that 6th place team right now, MIA, I would love to see them coming into this consistent again. Between the 4 games played on World's Edge, they had 3 different comps. We saw them play that super defensive comp, Rampart, Watson, Newcastle. Then we saw them get rid of the Watson, bring in the Wraith. Then they got rid of the Rampart and brought in the Bloodhound. And then once we jumped over to Stormpoint, they went back to that defensive comp. We saw it in that last game. They got a bit better of a finish.
Whoa.
Go ahead.
It's happening, Tanner.
It's Moggers.
You've believed it into existence.
Somebody has to slow them down. I don't know who paid Moggers to do this, but this is what we need to see if we're going to see that gap close.
Right off the bat here, we only have 2 contests on the map. One between the Tons, who are very clearly already successful with initial drops onto Victor and potentially more from just beforehand here. This is once again a good chunk of points that should keep them competitive. And now actually, I believe if I'm correct, if they just got 2 elims, that ties them up against the Dreamy Bulls. They might be taking second off this soon.
And if we continue to follow along with Tons, we have to be paying attention to that kill feed. Because again, Moggers are looking to go toe-to-toe early. Okay, it's not Moggers just yet. It's champions going down there. Sunrise Gaming looking to take the fight to them. Yeah, we really got to be paying attention to that, as the Universe now going to find a kill on to Jyrule. And that's going to be JAR falling. Champions continue to get chipped away at. Oh, this is a really exciting game.
Yeah, it basically comes down to seconds on the board here, and even for the Tons, chasing down one of 8 Watson mains is a huge success for them to find them now officially in second. We do see Sammy and Umer finished up, so for JAR, they are wiped out, putting, of course, some extra points here into Dumpling's pocket. And finally, now we start to see the other fights. Oh, jeez, okay.
Wow, champions maybe about to go here. Anthony, the only one that stands. Proto crawling around, should be finished off. Again, it's Sunrise Gaming on the opposite side, and that contest that we were so excited about, well, it goes very handedly the way of Imperial Howl lovers, so they are allowed 3 KP as they erase Moggers there in 18th place. So nobody's slowing them down just yet as this fight continues. Anthony getting pushed as the one surviving, and he cuts it down to a 1v1. He's going to slow down that push from Sunrise Gaming.
It is just absurd.
He did it again!
Here. A massive knockdown. Miracle not really living up to the name, and what was potentially a definite reset is now strictly 1v1. It does look like the escape likely to happen quicker though here.
Oh no, champions getting run down by yet another team. That's full box getting in the mix, in the perfect timing there to allow a team to survive because Anthony was cleaning up. Sunrise Gaming allowed to breathe a bit longer. Scan finds absolutely nobody. That is heartbreaking for Champions.
It is a real struggle after what was an incredible, basically the start of a huge lead for them back into the mix. They come off of that last game, breaking into the top 4, and while they didn't have quite the KP to go alongside with it, this is a team that was setting themselves up to be a competitor for 3rd place. Like I said, one good game away from potentially taking that. So at this point, they'll have to be back to the drawing board, but especially with Tons continuing to put up points here, it doesn't get much better for Valve Apex, though. They got to figure something out, man. Dreamy Bulls, they're more than happy to take free shots on you like that.
Yeah, and Dreamy Bulls, they need this. They have to win this as well. You cannot afford a 16th place finish after the last couple of games that you've had. After going back-to-back and making a huge name for yourself, and it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Mr. Relis with a scoped rifle in his hands. This guy is dangerous. That's going to be Val greater than Apex taken out as we see Tons also find their way into that kill feed, finding the knock onto Vert there of Skino. So this battle between 2nd and 3rd, Dreamy Bulls and Tons continues.
Meanwhile, for Skino, they don't match up against Dreamy Bulls this time. Instead, for Tons, they have found themselves the perfect bit of extra money for them to keep this lead up in 3rd. 2 points on the board, at least with those initial knocks if they can get for the full wipes. The escape from Skino likely to continue forward here. Dreamy Bulls, I like the fact that they haven't opted for this rotation this time around.
All right, Rams.
Oh, there's Skino. They found him.
Oh, they got him. Yep, so another kill added. So Tons keeping it competitive with Dreamy Bulls. Rams taking an interesting fight. This is one of those fights where you bark a little too much and then you're quickly getting third-partied. So we'll see if they continue to stay here and try and fight this low to high against whoever is atop. Okay, here we go. Frag grenade. Maybe this is that go button. Oh,
missing a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Calling a little
Yeah,
bit.
the nades miss. You missed the rope, Ninja. Maybe just back away from it.
They're going to keep moving forward here. At least a little bit. The Rams do need those points to catch back on up. They need bigger games. Spicy Pepper, not Skinny Pop, finding some KP here on the other side as they pick up Toxic Ghost. Let's check in on that in a little bit later. For now, though, it is just Ballistic Busters holding the fort down. Catalyst, one of the best legends to do so, truly.
Yeah, they're going to have to move, though. We'll see if they walk right on into the Rams. Still hear those shots off to the left. High ground still held by 2. We'll see if Venji drops down with Valk. That is going to be the call, and they're going to look for a safe rotation out of here. Again, fighting for a little too long. You never know who's around the corner. Let's go ahead and disengage, try and reset. Meanwhile, you'd love to see a reset here from the Green Hope Falcons. They're a player down. Nice shots going up top. There is Floor. The hip fire finds quite a bit of damage. Not able to close things out just yet, and they're already a player down.
Somehow, some way, it's a complete mystified, illusion of a player. Apparently, there is no player. There are no players in Storm Point. Storm Point say. I will say, full reset. Floor is going to be able to get these walls back up, and surprisingly, we do know for a fact that Toxic Ghost did lose the full legend. It was a knock and a wipe, so they are set as a duo here. And even if we see Paraphernalia trying to fight their way in. And there you go. You can see Toxic Knight picked up as well. So Toxic Ghost probably down just to 1 remaining member.
Yeah, that is heartbreaking to come into this one. A team that we expected good things. They had some good consistent finishes throughout Friday and Saturday. And they kind of get the wind ripped from their sails. As MIA, another comp change. This is the 4th comp that they've played.
I mean, I'd say if it ain't broke, don't fix it, but it's been broken, so they're doing a lot of fixing.
Yeah, yeah, that they are. And at least this time, they go to a comp that is a bit more defaulted. Meta? Yeah, it's a bit more in the meta, although the meta's pretty loose right now, but it's not Wraith, Rampart, Newcastle. It's not them just trying to throw something in that works. They're playing something that has been proven to work for certain teams.
We'll see if they're able to cook here. They don't have the best of rotations ahead of them, but still should be able to set up for success. Meanwhile, we did see at least some action against Toxic Ghosts from Imperial Howl Lovers before. Now they're starting to at least press upon that building that Grim Hope Falcons were holding. Meanwhile, Toxic are actually making their way back towards the Snow Banner. It has been less than 90 seconds with 8 to go. He's you know what? He's just going to whip it around. No chance, no recovery, no support legend. They're a duo.
That hurts. That stings. Can't quite get to Toxic Knight. Not safe enough there. So hopping in the Trident. Yeah, and let's go ahead and whip that thing around. Find a nice little parking garage to sit in. And then just lay the seats back. Put up the shades, right? We want to make sure that nobody sees us as they look to set up for the rest of the time. Because Toxic Ghost now can really only hope for placement. If not picking up onesies and twosies here from long-range fights. Meanwhile, MIA, again, their 5th comp that they've played on the day. Electro's already down. That's not the person you want to go first, but they do have options in way of support legend to be able to get that banner back online. Mochi and Julian, however, are a bit split apart here, both doing their own things. And there's actually a resurrection at the back of Julian, so they know that a team is going to be working their way there soon.
Pain being the team that starts off this exchange against what was that final member down there, and as a result are going to be taking complete control of one of the first major buildings in the entrance to Checkpoint. It's a team that we've been looking for some kind of signs of life, but have ultimately been 16th all day long. This is a team that was way more aggressive during our group stage and a lot more of a threat.
And that kill feed popping back up. Dreamy Bulls getting in the action. Pain fighting on the outside here. And I mean, Rams are they're still looking. Dreamy Bulls already lost velocity. That Newcastle has been the first to go a couple of times. We've seen that happening on the day. Fortunately, they'll be allowed to reset. 14 squads here. Nobody to pressure K off of this revive. And again, K, the fragger for this squad, somebody that we expect to have multiple kills, if not that crown in that kill column. And they're sitting pretty. 4KP, the way of this team. The RCS Bulldogs. I mean, they were playing well. Unfortunately, they are now playing without Joshi as a team of 2. Who, I mean, they were a very fun team to watch. Hopefully we get a bit more of them. Just the way that they, again, their scrappy fights on World's Edge was making them very entertaining.
Something that is just straight up absurd is that with 14 squads left, we're supposed to be sitting at 42 players on the board. Instead, we have 34. We are literally 8 players down from any one of these individual squads that we have taken a look at. And you can clearly see that across the board as we jump from team, well, to team to team.
Yeah, Paraphernalia just down to 1. Now, they had a very quiet late finish. I say late finish, but they had a very quiet finish in one of our games earlier, a 3rd place, where it wasn't, too loud. They weren't fragging out, but they were there on that podium. We also saw that from Green Hope Falcons, who netted themselves a 4th place on the day earlier without too much attraction. Speaking of velocity, back in the mix. Dreamy Bull is going to send a couple of pop shots, but they're more focused on getting into the zone here, playing this next rotation. Well, they're actually going to do so via this evac tower.
Should be able to get through here fairly safely. Not many players can trap an
no!
evac tower. A bit of a spin for velocity. Act in the final moment sets that one up, but
of
I
course.
say most players, but this,
yeah,
this makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, I'm picking up what they're putting down now. Imperial Howl Lovers only needed to land one more shot as velocity flew through the skies. Tons find their way into the kill feed. Ballistic Busters getting hurt. K also taken down, which means Dreamy Bulls only left to 1, because on the backside, it's Pain that are actually fighting forward into Dreamy Bulls. So caught between 2 squads here. Pain looking for the reset, but do they know that it's Imperial Howl Lovers on the other side? Arcstars come through. Exotic sends some damage down range. Takes quite a bit himself. Now Tons looking for the high ground. We'll see if they can get in the mix. Imperial Howl Lovers continue to fight it out with Pain. Auto turret the next to go down. It looks like Imperial Howl Lovers doing what they do best. Potato falls. The rest of pain will go as well. And it's another tally in way of teams taken down for Imperial Howl Lovers.
Continuing to balloon the major leads that we have seen all day long. Sunrise Gaming, though, finally starting to get into the mix as we see them rear their head against the full box. Remember, that's the team that we just saw come out with big wins on the board here. Still, though, with 9 squads remaining and a large wealth of Zone 4 up and ready, there's definitely much more playable space. I do want to extend the fact that there is still, of the 9 squads left, 8 players not alive. That means the majority of our lobby at this point is actually made up of rats.
Yeah, the majority lot, but we've seen Daryl Granberry ratting it out, looking to play safe. Now we see it here. It's Rams still in the mix, courtesy of Ninja staying alive. MIA also finding some damage. That's Green Hope Falcons actually being punished by this MIA squad.
Still alive.
Still alive and kicking.
Just down to potentially less to none there. Finally, it will be Ninja found out as the Rams are eliminated. We talked about rats galore. Phantom joins the crew from Toxic Ghost.
Very unfortunate there. The rats spotted out. Daryl Granberry still doing all right here. Working their way now into 6th place. Green Hope Falcons get finished off. Plor, the last one to go. That's MIA. Pick up the kills there. No way. Full box looking to maybe find a reset here. I wonder if they're trying to grab a Moby towards the end, or maybe just grab some of the resources available to them. Speaking of Mobies, one comes down. That'll allow some cover here atop the down beast for Tons, who are set up at a really good spot here, but they're starting to get punished off of this. Gravity lift, good damage in response. Monster down to half shields. Looks like that's probably Imperial Howl Lovers down at the bottom with those red shields. Full box. Immune gonna be taken out. They'll go out in 6th place. So they picked up the banner, could not find the reset.
Daryl Granberry marks the last of our rats picked up as Paraphernalia are eliminated here. Down to literally 4 full squads remaining, notably the Tons, Sunrise Gaming, Imperial Howl Lovers. One more, I believe.
Is it MIA?
It might be MIA. MIA, I believe, is the last team standing. Have not seen Mochi, Julian, or Electro.
And we criticized their comp, not their comp specifically, but the changing of their comp. So if they are one of the 4 teams alive, then we do have to give props where it is due. Tons juggling what resources they have available to them. They've also got a nice spot. They've given up the height to the play on the inside. It is MIA, and then they're wanting to take the fight to Tons. The backstab is there, and unfortunately, Mochi just can't get a whole lot done, and the fight continues. Tons to wipe them up. That's MIA going missing. And all the resources that they had to juggle, well, guess what? They just got a care package.
Well, at this point, we're down to already some of our top leaders in the lobby here, Imperial Howl Lovers and Tons, but Sunrise Gaming, a team that started today off in 4th place and has had nothing but double-digit finishes, reintroduces themselves to the top 4. Potentially further more to go, but the fact doesn't change. The team that holds height, the team that has control of this entire lay of the land, is none other than the Imperial Howl Lovers.
And it's so strange that Tons actually gave this up. Tons were forced off of the height, taking that fight high to low with Imperial Howl Lovers. And now they're playing inside that down beast as 2 of our 3 teams have met one another. Oh my goodness, just cleaned up like that. Sunrise Gaming are gone. And now Tons here to try and throw some havoc inside the mix. Shields were damaged on the side of Imperial Howl Lovers from that early skirmish. And now we'll have to see if Tons can capitalize on this. Monster the first to go down. Are they allowed to reset? Nobody aggressing forward just yet. Only 2 remain. Ooh, good information here, though. Monster being knocked. It just doesn't matter. Cataclysm down to the last. He's got 1 HP, and he needs to try and find a way to survive. The scan is there. A bat in hand, and he gets this one off. What can he do with the small amount of HP that he's got? It's absolutely nothing. Who better than Imperial Howl Lovers to get started once more and to grow this lead up the mountain?
You said it earlier, Tanner. It's not a race against the lobby. It's a race against their own scoreline here. And surprisingly, it is a win that we have been waiting for. The last few games, I'll reiterate, third, second, and fourth in their remnants. It is about time that they pick up their first of maybe potentially many on Storm Point.
Yeah, and they're just batting for the cycle, right? They've got a first, they needed a second, a third, a fourth. They get another first, maybe they'll throw in a fifth. They have a seventh, so we could see a sixth. They're just having fun with it. But yeah, they are absolutely playing against themselves. That was another lobby where they played cool, calm, collected. They found KP where they needed it. Somehow, some way, they were gifted that high ground from Tons, and then it proves to be everything that they needed. Even in taking the fight, 3 teams remain. Imperial Howl Lovers take the fight to Sunrise Gaming, clean them up, mind you, at range, right? So they don't even get a real reset. They're not able to run up to those boxes, grab any of those shield cells, anything, top their own shields off, whatever it may be, and then they take the fight to Tons, and they get it done. I mean, that's Imperial Howl Lovers. It's almost like it's a verb at this point, or maybe an adjective Imperial Howl Lovers, that's what it is.
Hey, if you're going to represent the man himself, you better be also bringing the gameplay alongside it. For them, it's a big lead, but the question I'm more curious about is, was this the game that pushed Tons ahead? When we come back from break, we'll be settling that score line and potentially shifting our board to change our prizing.
Reese.
Welcome back to the desk. It's a place that's not only filled with the dessert that we've been discussing, but also the theories to boot. The points are updated. And of course, Imperial Howl Lovers lead now with 118 points. But Tons sets themselves behind at 72, and Dreamy Bulls sit in third at 55.
Yeah, it really is that fight. There's a medium-sized gap. I would say that the gap between second and third is the same gap that's between third and fourth. So for teams like MIA and Rams that are just outside of the podium, they have to have big games. They have to hope that Dreamy Bulls have bad games, which is, it's possible. It's very possible. Absolutely. But what we were theory crafting is okay, so 63 points is what Imperial Howl Lovers need to do in the next 2 games to beat their record of their 8-game 180 points. They would need 63 for the next 2 games. That would obviously put them in a great spot. They'd be at 181 points. Woohoo, they secure first place. But we're done talking about that. What we're talking about is we're manifesting it here. Everybody put your hands in the middle because we're saying, Tons, you're going launchpad this game. I don't care. That jump from second place to first place, $4,000, that is worth contesting. So Tons, drop Launchpad, erase Imperial Howl Lovers right off the rip, then have yourself a game here in Game 7 and give us the dessert that we are expecting.
46 points separates Tons from Imperial Howl Lovers scoreline even. 47 is what they would need to jump up above them. That on average is at least 24 points per game here. Something that they did achieve in their most recent game. They very clearly 25. The problem is they kind of need to deliver not just to start, but they need to make sure that Imperial Howl Lovers don't award themselves anything. And the sad thing is, sometimes the 4,000 difference isn't enough here. They want to go and play for stability. And the thing is, even now with Delicate removing themselves from the equation, it is very likely that Imperial Howl Lovers build on that score line.
Yeah, Mogger's not even going to contest this time around. Very unfortunate. We do see, however, up in North Pad, it looks like Paraphernalia are trying to contest Dreamy Bulls, which makes sense, I guess. Paraphernalia at 36 points, Dreamy Bulls at 55. So, again, you take Dreamy Bulls out nice and early. That sets up that fight for podium for a handful of these teams, and that puts everybody in a pretty good spot to try and catch up. So we'll see how that one plays out as Champions allowed to loot here. Champions had such a strong start, and then unfortunately get knocked out, I think, in a 7th or 8th place where they aren't really able to make the most out of their 9 or 10 KP that they had once we hopped on over to Storm Point.
Now, you'll notice that we are sitting at 17 squads left. No, we didn't miss anything. Reed is good at his job. It is the fact that as we enter into our last 2 games remaining, we have had 2 squads, well, bite the dust, give up in some words that are typically used. It is officially the teams as follows: Jason, Allende, Rojas, Val, greater than Apex, and Mavericks. Those 3 squads will not be here for the remnants of our matches.
Very unfortunate, but they're a little too far out of the running to try and make it in the money. It's a Sunday night, getting late for them. They wanted to go ahead and call it quits there. Meanwhile, no way! Klern just clutched. That is it. It's Claren just clutched that up. I was watching and I was like, Dreamy Bulls, they're making quick work of Paraphernalia. I saw Daryl Granberry go down. I saw Rhino go down. But then it gets clutched up. And this was what they needed to happen. Dreamy Bulls are gone in 17th. They get nothing.
This is a big opening now. If your name is MIA or Rams, Paraphernalia, or Sunrise Gaming Champs, Full Box, any one of these teams, the gap between you and making it into third is only 18 points. 18 points. We've seen teams do that plenty of times.
And you have to think now, if you're paying attention to the points, between, third place, 55, go down to 4th, and all the way down to 9th. It's 37, ranging to 33. Val greater than Apex were at 29. They were not far off. So for them to back out, if they're watching this game, seeing that Dreamy Bulls just got taken out, they have to be kicking themselves. Because that is an easy, I don't want to say easy, but they've been able to put up the numbers that would get them back in this game. It would put them on the podium. That is so heartbreaking. Man, things really just got shaken up.
No.
Well, that is a huge change there and potentially something for them to work with. Tons, notably, is another team that we are watching, not in the sense that, well, at this point, we want to see them surpass Imperial High Lovers, but just in the sense that we want to see them stay stable. The fact that Dreamy Bulls is gone, though, is something that should assuredly give them some major relief into this game. And who knows? Maybe that kind of relief is a potential benefit.
Ooh, Toxic Ghosts. A bit of a skirmish. Mobile shield used here to try and close the gap on this building. Beast of the Hunt online. Scans by possibly just around the corner. Okay, first to shoot is not Phantom Void, and he's got to get out of dodge. 1 HP, and is that a fuse on the inside?
I don't care who it is. The job is practically done before it has begun. The aggression and the turnaround here from Moggers is so quick. Toxic Ghost now left to just a singular individual taking for the evac. You gotta worry, but oh no!
Oh, they're
Did not
chasing.
have the full oh yeah. we know how big this map is. We know how much space you can cover. Delicate is more than happy to lead ahead. You've got to be careful though. Sitting on literally just about 90 HP. Oh, this is hilarious.
Oh, we are playing cat and mouse. We'll see if Project can get anything done. No.
Oh my god.
All right, they're just wasting time. They're having a good time.
Meanwhile, in our launch and jump and gym jamboree, Sun Valley Goats were eliminated there. Electronic picked up in their last moments to bring us down to our top 15. And this is where we do start to introduce some KP and replacement points. Project W has found Delicate. I told you, I said if you're at 90 HP, it's going to be kind of hard to be that first person chasing because you don't actually have a lot to work with there. Huh.
Things are getting weird. Game 7, things are getting weird. Meanwhile, Joshi is back in the mix for the RCS Bulldogs. They're going to be back to full form here. Imperial High Lovers been relatively quiet early in this one. 63 points to beat themselves is a bit of a stretch. They would have to do a whole lot in the way of wiping the lobby as well as finishing in first place. I think we have seen a 30-point game from them, 19 KP or maybe 21 KP with a win. I think it was 21 KP with a second place, actually, that put him at 30. So we've seen big games from them. Unfortunately, it's a bit slower here in Game 7. So they'll be happy to keep their first place for now. As, you know, Vert being the only player here for Skino is probably best case scenario. We saw him 1v3 earlier.
Yeah, you know what? The best player gets to ramp this one ahead. Speaking of great players, Pain. A team that we came in with a lot of expectations, struggles to keep this one going forward. They are eliminated in full entirety there.
Pain gone. I expected a bit more from them, especially as we jumped on over to Storm Point. They had strong day 2 yesterday. RCS Bulldogs in that scrap with a walk away from it. Top themselves off. They'll find themselves a reset. I'm right there with you, man. I'm right there with you. I love the comms. I love the comms.
Well, I'll tell you what. We'll keep watching these teams. Something to note is the fact that with already 3 squads eliminated here and our 3 missing, 14 squads for an initial start is actually fairly open for Storm Point. I don't even know why I say fairly. It's in some cases mega open for these teams to find themselves the space to work with. And even still, with all that being said, the Rams, well, they find someone to butt heads with.
Yeah, that they do. Skinny Pop playing peekaboo here. Didn't want to take the fight. Israel still using that med kit. That evac tower not going to help them get out of dodge. We'll see how much they can get done in taking this fight. Kind of low here for the Rams. The shots just aren't quite connecting. Skinny Pop forced to back away. Israel still playing aggressive here. Oh, EMP. Gonna slow things down, but I mean, nobody really here to push. That conduit really throwing a wrench in the strength.
Oh,
I'm not crypto.
that is a Loba. Up to the height, replacing that difference. And oh, that feels so bad to see it in full force there. Ballistic Busters are able to get themselves inside. Noxgas grenade thrown out here. It is going to be dodged out in the majority of its damage, though. Vex probably allowed to go for full reset. Meanwhile, MIA, they don't last much longer.
Now, MIA taking down that Sunrise Gaming, a team just outside of the top 3. Finding some KP there. Rams still stuck in the fight here. I was a little sad to see that Nox gas go off. That grenade didn't quite find the value I think that they were hoping for, and it's allowed for everybody to find a reset. Ballistic Busters stuck on the inside. Evac tower being popped here. Who goes to take it? Okay, never mind. Just bait here as they keep that corner. Venji takes quite a bit of damage. Valk also forced the back away. No, somebody fell in!
Ninjas gets caught out there. No full escape available. As a result, all said and done. Meanwhile, Israel popped off on the other side. It is literally just Skinny Pop left alive here for the Rams. What was a rotation into zone ends up now down as a single rat remaining.
Yeah, it was actually RCS Bulldogs from the outside poking shots at the Rams there. Joshi found the knock onto Israel, so they were just stuck again in an awkward spot here, and Skinny Pop trying to sneak away, allowed to survive for a moment longer. R9 from downtown doesn't finish him off just yet. And I mean, full box, do you just full send? Do you give up the height to try and find that kill? It looks like Immune's gonna try and do it.
All right, they've got nothing left to lose here, especially with all the points that any one of these lower-ended teams need. You might look for it, but have to pay your respects. Champions do sit themselves just below you, always potentially laying in wait. Meanwhile, Ballistic Busters, it didn't get much better for them. Valk and Vex off the back end of the Ceto station have been wiped out. Like you said, the RCS Bulldogs, they were not just out there on the edge watching, they were there as well. So one member left alive for both of those two teams.
And we trade the Conduit Ultimates here to make sure nobody can come up, make sure nobody can go down and find that push. As Champions now going to give up that position, play off the back end of that Wrecking Ball, that Mad Maggie ult. It's going to allow for a quick rotation, but Speedy one at that. They got their running shoes on, their go fasters, but I mean, it's not getting them away from the damage here. Spencer also chipped away out. We'll see how healthy he is if he wants to fight. 130 damage quickly from Immune, and he just wants to keep moving forward. Gaming to find one, it sticks to fall. Champions now on the back foot. A stick will be finished. Riot Drill will force Immune away. But Gaming Itis just continue to push forward. Disrespected the drill there. After that finish, one more follows. Spencer goes down the way of Joshi. RCS Bulldogs finding their way into the mix, and RCS Bulldogs are just playing spoiler to everybody.
They're making great decisions here, coming in so late off the edge, but taking advantage of all these very aggressive plays that tend to bleed out in these last limited games. As a result, they have picked up 6 KP thus far from just being the spoiler, like you said, to all of these fights. As a result, they'll be able to get them set up, but granted, 10 seconds to go. They've got the evac. They still have to make the heavy rotation north.
That makes me so sad that we've seen a couple of Stormpoint games where RCS Bulldogs didn't have Joshi, whether that be to, prior engagements, maybe needed to step away for a second, or DCs, whatever it may be, to see that team as 2 and then to watch them as 3. I mean, it's a completely different world. That is so heartbreaking. They would not be all the way down in 16th place if we saw them full strength on the day. Man, I love watching the RCS Bulldogs fight.
It has been good, especially in some of their final moments here. And who knows? This is a team that isn't completely out of it yet. But granted, 16th to 20 would need some incredible games to boot. We are going to see the remnants of our friend, Mr. Skinny Pop, picked up there. But from in between, or Naps the Blue, Delicate and the Moggers, getting into the action against each other. They've also got Imperial Hal Lover somewhere in the mix there as well.
Yeah, this is not good here. Imperial Howlovers on the outside. Jack the Ripper allowed to find that kill. Green Hope Falcons now dropping down at Spicy Pepper, who took early damage, wants to get into the mix. We'll close that out. Mockers are gone. But where's Imperial Howlovers? Do they look to push in here?
They already cleaned up pieces of what looks to be RCS Bulldogs, so I don't know if they're going to be completely getting into the action. 6 squads remaining here. Imperial Howlovers 1. Does seem like it was the reset from Paraphernalia. They're just watching out on the other end. Trying to see when they can get involved.
Don't mention it.
Imperial Howlovers doing their best RCS Bulldog impressions. I always want to add lovers at the end of everything now because of Imperial Howlovers.
It kind of happens.
But they do their best RCS Bulldog impression and finding some pop shots. Look at a third party. I believe 4 KP total. I think 3 kills, 1 assist on Momo Go Loco. Means they're doing all right. Again, we see that dynamic duo of Imperial Howlovers and Red Evo Shields. Damage, they are not immune to damage. They have no issues finding some. They are playing a bit split up here, and I'm wondering if maybe somebody will look to punish Momo for being far out here on the right of this Namek building.
By the way, huge shout out to Toxic Ghost. Project W still alive after the absurd chase between them and Moggers, I believe. That man is still thrifting and living. Champion's also still alive, just in a very terrifying sight line here.
Yeah, do they know that this is a solo Momo? That riot drill not going to get too much. Wrecking Ball drill to the left, Wrecking Ball to the right, and where are the rest of Imperial Howlovers? Are they looking to come back Momo up? Anthony going to rotate up towards the high ground zone, pushing in. Green Hope Falcons still in the fight. Spicy Pepper a bit delayed in their rotations, and on the way in, Napsa gets taken down, Floor will follow, and now Spicy's probably happy to be backed away from this fight because he's allowed to survive. It's Toxic Gaming to find the kills here. Spicy Pepper is actually answering back. Phantom Void goes down. Toxic Knight looking to take this fight of his own, pushes in. It's 1 that remains. Finally, they're taken out. It's Green Hope Falcons gone. And Toxic goes for a moment, allowed to reset. No, the reses come through onto 1. And it's Anthony to play spoiler here. He's cracked and he's got to run. He's low in HP. And he buy the time that he needs. Riot Drill trying to find something here. Maybe stop that res. Does look like it might be getting a little bit of damage here. Mobile shield is up, though. It's just a castle wall. Nice shots to follow. He's been topped off. Only 1 remains. Where are they, though? A beast of the hunt on the outside. Phantom Void comes through, closes out the fight here. Oh, but it's not over yet. Not like this. Imperial Howlovers do it again. Third-party city, and they're happy to collect.
At this point, with 2 squads remaining, it is only the RCS Bulldogs that stand in the way of the Imperial Howlovers. We talk about ballooning that scoreline. We talk about setting records. Well, it's got to come with more wins on the boards. The Rolling Thunder from Jack the Ripper there is going to at least reveal where our enemies are, give them the scan to boot, break the Bloodhound, snuff them out with the nade, and push forward for pure flash. One final member remaining, as it is going to be a double deuce, 2 games in a row for the wins for the Lovers.
Imperial Howlovers finally, after 3 days, find a way to go back-to-back. That was really the only thing escaping them. They were finding wins. They were finding huge kill games. They were obviously securing first place, but now they're able to go back-to-back. That makes 3 wins on the day. And when I thought they were playing slow, they were taking it easy. They weren't playing against themselves to try and put up 180 plus points this time around. That Endgame pops up and things look a little different. I start to think, well, maybe Imperial Howlovers are looking to put up 63 more points to try and best their 8-game record.
We will have to see. A win alone will break them to at least that 12-point margin. They're still going to need to find at least 19 KP on top of that per game. And that's assuming they manage to win our next one. That fate can only be shared after our break. In the words of our producer, it's the final drop of the day. One game separates these lovely students from not only the victory and the laurels that come with it, but of course, the lion's share of the prize pool. One final reminder, first place walks away with $6,000, second with $2,000, and third with $1,000. And I'll be honest with you, while first is likely settled, even second and third are a tight race.
Yeah, a very, very tight race. And what we were looking for from Tons to Imperial Howl Lovers, hey, contest, try to knock them out early. We actually got from Paraphernalia and Dreamy Bulls. Dreamy Bulls chasing that third place spot. Again, that gap, 55 points. The gap was, I think, 37-ish points, kind of working their way down to 33. So it wasn't, I guess, outrageous. If you can force Dreamy Bulls to have a bad game, have a good couple of games, then you can still fight for that third place spot. And that's exactly what Paraphernalia have done. They're chasing by 6 points now. And I guess the question is, do they do what they just did? Do they contest Dreamy Bulls and try and essentially put their fate in their own hands? Or do they second guess themselves and they think, hey, maybe we don't do that again. They're going to be expecting it this time. Let's just try and beat them for real. There's a lot of questions to be answered, or to be asked rather. And I'm very excited to see the answer once we get into that dropship.
Oh, it's 1 for the money, 2 for the show, 3 lives to kill here for Paraphernalia to potentially find themselves at least 1,000 on the board. I do want to touch on the fact that Dreamy Bulls aren't out of it. It has been rough. This is a team that has truly suffered and found themselves with little to nothing these last few games, but we do have to remind folks at home that they are one of the few rosters that has actually 2 wins on the day of, both with 10 KP, a total of 22 points.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I
was going to say, the important thing about that is 22 points is enough for them to surpass the Tons at 73 right now.
And we've also seen Tons. Now, it's been different since the day has kind of grown. They've grown into their confidence, and Storm Point is definitely a more confident map for Tons in general. But it's not outrageous to think that Tons could also have a bad game. We've seen them go with a no KP 13th place. Earlier on the day, we saw them go out in 20th. We saw a 6th place with 2 KP. So it's very possible that if Dreamy Bulls put up numbers here, they could make that swap, which would then almost make it impossible for anybody else to get into third, just because Paraphernalia would need to put up huge numbers as well. So it looks like we are in fact getting that Dreamy Bulls Paraphernalia showdown at North Pad. They're putting their fate in their own hands. Paraphernalia have to win this contest to try and take third place.
The funny thing is, technically, they don't have to do this. The points aren't that much far ahead. It's a 6-point difference between them and Dreamy Bulls. They could have one excellent game and seal their fate. But the problem is, the fact that Dreamy Bulls exists on the map at any point is the reason why we were asking for contests like this. To send a team home before they even have the chance to respond is why we have them potentially fighting this early here. And for the likes of Dreamy Bulls, you see them taking Southside, the entire wealth of the North Pad on the other end, in the hands of Paraphernalia.
Green Hope Falcons maybe getting contested themselves. They're a bit out of the running, but still trying to fight for it here. We also saw Moggers drop to that launch pad with Imperial Howl Lovers, so we'll have to check that kill feed to see if they do, in fact, win that contest and get that first place team out of here nice and early. But this is what we wanted to see. We head over to North Pad, and we see if Paraphernalia can take the fight to Dreamy Bulls.
It is as tense as it gets at this point. To pay your respects to this exchange is an understatement. This basically decides which one of these players, or 3 of these players, are going to walk away with $333. The other, nothing.
And somebody gets 334. Whoever maybe drops the most damage this game or finds that wipe. We saw, actually, I think it should go to the Bangalore here in Klern. Should get the extra $1 if they make it into third place because of the clutch up in that last game. And
Very true.
I think they've got the read that Dreamy Bulls just got out of dodge.
Which is terrifying. If you're a team whose whole beginning plan is to get rid of the squad that sets themselves ahead of you, and they're gone, well, then your game plan has simply now become, I just need to have an excellent game. And that is a lot scarier in this kind of situation than killing the opposer. Now, granted, one thing that is nice for the likes here, Paraphernalia, is the fact that they are close. I mean, they started in the same location, so any kind of guaranteed rotation that they have to take to get to zone is very likely or predictably to follow up Dreamy Bulls. Granted, Dreamy Bulls, though, are at their weakest when they are off drop here, so they're going to head towards wall side. We'll see if potentially we see that fall through in the next moment.
Yeah, they are just getting out of dodge. I guess the worst part about this now is they're always going to have to worry about Paraphernalia on their heels, because that is the game plan for Paraphernalia. It is to take care of the Dreamy Bulls. So it's not about what you're running into only. It's also about what is behind you. And they kind of changed course here. They pivot left to go up top. We'll see if this is spotted out by Paraphernalia and if they continue that chase.
I respect it. You gotta throw them off the loop entirely here. And the nice thing is those two double chokes towards the low ground are the obvious rotation. Going for wall when you know that's a kind of a cleaned out lobby, you can do that. Now, notably, we did see SRG eliminated. On the other side of things, though, RCS Bulldogs, an incredible roster that followed through, had some great third-party action in our last game, and was really starting to show signs of life, even if it may be too far away from third, are officially out.
And that makes me sad. I liked watching the RCS Bulldogs fight. They were a very scrappy team. Exciting to watch there. Meanwhile, that Moggers versus Imperial Howlovers showdown seeming to go the way of Imperial Howlovers as Delicate gets taken out of the fight. Painter looking to get their way into the mix here. Taking a bit of damage, though, so backed off will heal up. They're just going toe-to-toe from building to building. Nobody really making any moves just yet.
14 squads remaining here. Plenty to go, but Auto Turret to find the keeper shots to even this one up against none other than Skino. But that's a scary thing. Always having that lifeline on the Reser keeps these fights going longer and longer here. Still, though, from behind, Skino will be picked apart piece by piece.
Yeah, Zix goes down there at the end. Good damage, though, from that Rolling Thunder. Potato still up. Exotic still available here, and I believe it's only one that remains on the opposite side. Door is closed, trying to find a response here. Knocks galore as Exotic gonna find the tap and grab the res as well. Gonna try and hold this angle. I mean, a response lifeline to lifeline as Vert will eventually get erased. Good shots on the opposite side. Exotic, though, will close it out, and finally Skino have been dealt with.
Just an absurd place of play between the passive reses constantly keeping either one of these teams chugging along as they played ring around the rosy building. Now, in the midst of all of that action, though, we did see both the Ballistic Busters and Full Box drop out. And granted, I don't care so much in a sense of, oh, those teams are eliminated, their journey ends here. I'm worried about the fact that Dreamy Bulls still persist, and we're going to start breaking into the double-digit placement points. It's going to make it harder and harder for teams to reassess and set themselves up.
And Paraphernalia empty-handed as they tried to drop on top of Dreamy Bulls, and they've just been chasing it through the map, not finding anything. Finally, they will grab some contact. Scan comes out. That'll note all three on both sides. Rolling Thunder. It looks like a grab cannon maybe going to be the call here. This Loba leads me to believe that it's possibly Ballistic Busters on the opposite side. And, I mean, grab cannon, they're just going to go ahead and get out of dodge here. I need to stop saying get out of dodge. My get out of dodge is your mega. They got a mega get out of dodge.
They got a mega get out of dodge. So you tried it. A follow through that leads them straight into a wall and a choke. You gotta actually thread the needle on this map to find a place where the trident can't fit through. It is a fat map. It is an obese level map, and they found themselves directly in a spot where they can't use actually one of the most important tools on this this rotation. I'm not joking you. The tridents are probably the most valuable thing that currently exists on Stormpoint. Aw. Rip Moggers.
Yep, rip Moggers. Delicate came up, went down, got back up, went back down, and Moggers finally erased.
I get knocked down. I don't get up again.
Yeah,
Gotta
exactly.
finish in 10th.
Yeah, bit of delicate living up to his name. Being a little too delicate for this lobby does get taken down by Imperial Howl Lovers. And we've got a nice taste of what's happening on the map between Imperial Howl Lovers. We've been dancing around from POV to POV. And then we're getting a good taste of the major storyline coming into Game 3, which is we just saw Dreamy Bulls. They've got no KP. They're hunkered down in a building. They're having a very slow game. Then we jump back over to Paraphernalia, the team that is hot on their heels, 6 points trailing, and they're also in that same boat. It's been slow. It's been low. They haven't gotten a whole lot. They are the ones, though, they have to push a pace, right? Dreamy Bulls are sitting in 3rd place. They're A-okay to do nothing throughout the game and play placements and try and beat out Paraphernalia. Paraphernalia have to get the leg up here.
Yeah, this is tough because the lobby is quickly closing into higher placements. We've already broken past into the top 10. That's where you start putting 2 points per placement. And once we see ourselves down to 8th and below, we're at 3 points per placement. And granted, both teams are accruing this amount, so it is technically even if they both survive. The problem is, it is continuing to raise that bar, which makes it so more difficult for even anybody else who are potentially looking, because we give our respects over to teams like Paraphernalia, but Rams are still in it. Rams, they only need a 14-point game. That's not impossible in the slightest.
No, not at all, especially the way that they've been playing. They've also been a relatively scrappy team. The only time that we see Rams on their heels has been when they've been getting third party, right? In the last couple of games, it was RCS Bulldogs that third partied them one time, and it wasn't even like a full third party. It was just taking pop shots, and Israel ended up getting down by Joshi. And then we saw it in the game previous, where Imperial Howl Lovers were also finding this Rams team, and they couldn't really find themselves a full fight. MIA right in the midst of one, though. Imperial Howl Lovers going to be taking down Pain as well. So Pain just about eliminated. Mochi going to try and help out here. They've gone back to this defensive comp as the doors open up. Things get dicey for just a second, but hey, not too bad. As on the outskirts, we've got Dreamy Bulls finding some KP. It's a kill onto Jack the Ripper. That's exactly what they needed, and Pain are not done yet. They're on the outside here with MIA on the inside. It's a 2v3 though. Potato pops that piece of the hunt.
Looking for an entry there. We'll find Pain down almost immediately. Germ eliminated to just one remaining member of the Imperial Howl Lovers. Pain to say the same for them. For Dreamy Bulls, though, this is everything they've wanted and more. KP to balloon their 3rd place hold. A return for a roster that has seen nothing but failure here on Stormpoint today. They needed to keep themselves healthy, maybe even look for those evacs. No one to fall yet, but I do want to reiterate what you said, Tanner. That was at least 1 KP for Dreamy Bulls, and what became what is a 6-point necessary gap is now a 7. And for Potato, well, there's no gap to close for Pain. They set themselves in stone.
Yeah, Pain are gone. That's 2 KP for Paraphernalia now. And Paraphernalia were just on the outskirts of all of that chaos, where Dreamy Bulls were fighting Imperial Howl Lovers on the inside. They were able to play the outside here, pick up a KP onto Jack, now pick up that 2nd KP onto Potato. And again, we just continue this back and forth between 3rd and 4th place, but Dreamy Bulls still being in this game still puts them in a good spot. Rams, however, starting to get erased, and completely healthy are Paraphernalia as they find that squad wipe.
That is a huge chunk of KP. You talk about the 2. Well, that is almost a full roster. Again, these are things that are once closing the gap, and it is still just 1 on Dreamy Bulls. Granted, a team like Paraphernalia need a little bit more for them to surpass them to get into 3rd place, but we're now getting into the top 5. This is where placement comes alive. A difference between 5th and 4th is 1 point, but between 4th and 3rd, 2, 3rd and 2nd, upwards of potentially 3 or more. This is a problem that just getting here no longer counts. You're no longer equivalent to the other rosters around you. You just simply have to win. You have to do well.
Oh man, shots on the outside. Green Hope Falcons going toe-to-toe with Toxic Ghosts. They're not quite out of the woodworks just yet. Forced reload. Shotgun put away. Shots don't land like you would hope if you're Napstaboo, and he pushes right on in, and he's going to have to answer to the R99 as Spicy looks for something extra, and that will be the wipe on Toxic Ghost. So 4 teams remain. And if you were Paraphernalia, you were hoping that Dreamy Bulls went out in 6th place. Not the case, and Tons are still in the mix. So they're making sure that that 2nd place spot stays secured for them as well.
The big problem, too, is that we see Imperial Hell levers removed. Single member was found. By who, you ask? Dreamy Bulls.
Oh.
Shot out from a distance. That is once again another point picked up for this team that separates that gap even further. And now we're in top 4. Remember, for folks at home, 1st place is 12 points, 2nd is 9, 3rd is 7, and 4th is 5. The difference between these can be absolutely monumental, especially when you take into account the fact that Paraphernalia has been getting aggressive, have been finding the KP to boot.
The best that Paraphernalia could ask for right now, because the KP relatively even. I think they got that squad wipe, +1 on Potato, +1 onto Jack the Ripper. So I would imagine maybe sitting around 5 KP for this team, although we're only seeing 1 kill, 1 assist here.
I think it's 4.
Okay, so maybe 4. They could separate themselves if some way, somehow, Dreamy Bulls go out now, and then Paraphernalia win. That would cover that gap. That would be 7 points, and it would come down to that KP. So we'll see. Dreamy Bulls set up in a really great spot here. That's the Green Hope Falcons playing that Mirage. Mr. Relis not quite landing those shots with the bow check. They're going to go ahead and drop those smokes. No smokes dropped on them, so they can't keep taking those shots. But they're still hunting. They're not done yet.
Every single kill at this point will matter more than anything here. For the Dreamy Bulls, being shot from above is never a spot you want to be. We get to take a look and see that Green Hope directly in the building across. They themselves on the roof on the other side. Both of these two teams in position. My question is, Tons, yeah, they're the team on the southern side. That means the team on the far distance that was taking pot shots, that is Paraphernalia.
Oh man, Tons gonna be forced in this building, hoping for a world where they can coexist. As we see a player go sliding across, I don't think that's going to be the case. So they'll look to take the fight, pushing forward. This is Green Hope Falcons. Napstaboo goes down. They were a team of 2. They got Napsta back in the fight. This floor will find that response onto Nautikai. Back and forth we go, but only 1 remains. Cataclysm stays healthy here. The shots in the back will be enough as Monster falls. Spicy going to try and hang on, but Tons will get it done. It's Green Hope Falcons to be erased. And what is the response? Is that Dreamy Bulls? Maybe looking to take... No, my goodness, it's Paraphernalia. They gave up their spot on the outside.
They have to get into the zone at some point here, but the bigger thing to note is that this could be potentially an extra fee KP for the like of this roster if they find it. That's the big thing. They've got to find it there. Floors brought down Nautikai. Spicy Pepper picks up the successful wipe there, so that's not going to be something for Paraphernalia. Cataclysm keeps it quiet. I mean, this legitimately is going to come down to Paraphernalia versus Dreamy Bulls.
Wait.
And this final KP, I mean, it's going to come down to who finds Cataclysm here, too.
Are Dreamy Bulls still in it?
Yeah.
Were those bleed out kills? Because if Spicy Pepper was getting kills, that means Dreamy Bulls is out. Oh, and they've spotted Cataclysm.
They're bleed out kills. Spicy Pepper got the kills beforehand. And,
okay, they were bleed out kills.
Well, either way, it is going to be
this is it.
That picks up the 1 additional point there from Tons. Now it is literally back to arenas, a strict 3v3, and notably, Dreamy Bulls, who have had it all game long, no longer have a position within zone. It is still 20 seconds here, but they're going to be the ones forced to make a move forward.
The contest that escaped us at the start of Game 8. It makes itself known right here at the end. This is the battle for 3rd place.
Now remember, the difference is 9 versus 12 points here, plus the extra 3 KP. If Paraphernalia come out on top of this with the already confirmed 6 KP they have, I believe, or 5.
Oh my God!
That should be enough.
That's what K does best. Absolutely lasers. Arcstar on the outside. Klerna allowed to survive on the other side of that rampart wall. I mean, that amped damage from the Mastiff could have been enough, but an Arcstar instead, which means we get a reset.
This is absurd. Both of these two teams, full health here. Dreamy Bulls have made that cross effectively, and while they don't get the perfect drop that they wanted to basically deliver the win free to home here, they still are going to be able to survive, and I really am curious to see this pull, because if it is on top, it's building anyway. God forbid it's a heal off.
A heal off to close us out. Now, the ults that I'm paying attention to here are Velocity's ult, right? Where are we at on that Horizon ult? And then this Rolling Thunder for Klurn. This is going to be so important once these teams have to leave the building. What can you throw on top of that? I don't see many throwables available to the players that are left here. I can't even imagine what they're feeling right now. Again, Paraphernalia have to get this done in order to possibly secure their spot.
Daryl does have that package. We talk about the pole. It's going to be on the outside here towards the east. Could drop that package down for extra cover, and they could get outside and potentially track this one with the beam. The exit location here of Dreamy Bulls is absolutely crucial, and it seems like they're going to try to piece themselves out through the backside and maybe get a climb up. But, I mean, with scans like that, you're basically... your plans are basically being broadcast to the whole world, and the zone's going to close a lot quicker, but instead, the drop down!
Oh my god! Paraphernalia take the fight right to them again. Matters in their own hands. This is their fate for third place. As that thermite starts to tick away, Doc comes out to try and heal him up through the smokes. They fire, they fight, and it's all up to Klurn once more. The self-revive from Daryl Granberry. Rhino still up, just barely, and Paraphernalia looking to close it out right here, right now, but K is alive, and Rhino just might not be. To push forward with almost no HP, will instead back away, look to play the reset. The behind comes through, and Dreamy Bulls may have just done it to secure their spot. They take the final game.
In a last-ditch effort, credit where it is due, Paraphernalia go for the absolute balls-to-the-wall play and drop down to take it mano-a-mano in the face here of Dreamy Bulls. But I honestly think it might, I mean, shout out to Velocity Act. That black hole was a huge difference maker. Had that not been available, had they not been able to get the pole there and throw them off their loop, they would not have been able to come out on top of that one. And even still, we're talking about the difference between seconds of damage. I mean, between the smoke, the black hole, and everything to go on top of it, Dreamy Bulls come out in the last moment possible. And remember, picking up those 3 kills, plus the extra 3 points from the win, that should be enough.
That should be enough, but we are going to do our due diligence as we catch our breaths. Hopefully you in the chat will be doing the same. We're going to tally up these points. We're going to get everything situated. We're going to hop away for a short break, and we come back. We will break it down. Who was able to take it all here for the VESL Apex one-off. We'll see you guys in just a short moment.
It has been one hell of a landslide here. 8 incredible games of Apex across the board, but only 3 teams to crown a potential prizing.
Yeah, this was, you say 8, but how about 24? Starting Friday,
True.
moving into Saturday, coming into today. And you said it as we were going to break, Zephyr, right? Like, this is why you love Apex. For the storyline to play out, what are the chances, right? You have a 5% chance to land any number between 1 and 20, right? If you were to roll a 20-sided dice, you have a 5% chance. So the numbers that we needed were Dreamy Bulls and Paraphernalia. I think that was a 3 and a 19 is what we needed on our die, and that's exactly what we got. And like, absolutely insane. We saw our leaders lead. We saw our consistent players play consistently. We saw some of those players leave a little bit early. I would have loved to have seen more out of Val greater than Apex, but obviously at the end of the day, there can only be one winner and 3 podium spots available.
Well, without further ado here, taking home the grand prize of $6,000 and absolutely slaughtering the competition here, it is none other than Imperial Hal Lovers. This is a team that has been marked with major success, whether it was the group stage on A or coming through today, leading with a massive 3 out of 8 wins, and even still beyond that, Tanner, finishing within the top 4 multiple times. Fun fact, this team never had a finish below 7th.
That's so wild. And we talked about that on day 1, where we've seen good macro and rotating into the zone, finding the spot that's going to bode well, right? Finding that God spot. Multiple times we saw that, and it typically led to the victories that we saw. Between Momo Go Loco on the information, Germ Too Nasty, always looking for ways to find backstabs or just be that player. I guess Momo and Germ traded in just being the player that's off on their lonesome, really trying to throw a wrench into what's happening. We saw a lot of that on World's Edge earlier from Germ. And then Jack the Ripper from day 1 till the end, living up to their name, being that fragger for the squad, a lot of the time being the kill leader. I mean, this team, there isn't really anything they didn't do, right? They dominated the group stages. They come and they win the whole darn thing. They eventually get their back-to-back wins. They're able to win on both maps. I mean, Imperial Hal Lovers, they are repping Imperial Hal the best they can.
You've got to be the champion if you're
Yes.
going to claim the namesake. So they came out today and delivered the final blow to the well-earned money and, of course, the first place victory. But that's not the only place we're settling here, and this one is probably to the surprise of no one as well. Coming in second place, even after starting the day as a duo, is none other than the Tons. Congratulations to Nanakai, Monster, and Cataclysm, and a happy 2000 to them as well.
A happy 2000, like you mentioned, a very slow start because it had to be. I was kind of giving them scruff coming into game 4 World's Edge, like, where is Tons? Please, somebody, we got to put them on a milk carton, missing Tons, because they've just been relatively quiet. But then they started to pick it up. Storm Point really proved to be their map, and there was a moment between game 7, game 8, right in that time frame where we thought, maybe Dreamy Bulls can take this second place spot. That is not a stretch because we've seen good and bad games from both of those two teams, but they're able to eke it out here. They're able to secure that second place. And hey, $2,000 is better than $1,000, and Tons, I'm sure, are happy to have that extra little cash in their pocket.
Of course. And you know what? At the end of the day, it is in itself an accomplishment here, too, to finish in second with 83 points across the 8 games, a 10-point plus average, without even picking up a single win. This is a team that actually didn't even make it to the winning pedestal at least once. They had 2 second places back-to-back on Storm Point and a third to throw in the mix, but never were able quite to come out on top. Still, though, like you said, 2000's on the board and 2000 is theirs. But we have 1000 left up to a much closer competition, one that came down to the very last moments of our final game. Like you said, Tanner, you get a 5% chance. We're rolling the dice here. When you're putting that 1 in 20 versus a 1 in 20, I'll go a step further, Tanner. It doesn't become 5v5. You got to multiply. That's how probability works. It is a less than 1% chance for these two teams to have matched up the way they did. Paraphernalia v Dreamy Bulls, with, of course, Dreamy Bulls coming out on top in their last moments. Had Paraphernalia delivered the final blow, picked up the 3KP and the extra 3 points on top of the win, they would have walked away with the $1,000.
And I mean, the story tells itself. Game 7, Paraphernalia dropped down, erased Dreamy Bulls. If it wasn't for that, they would not have, this wouldn't have been possible. This conversation that we're having, Dreamy Bulls would have just easily secured this. They tried to do it again, and Dreamy Bulls, they've got their wits about them. It's much like I mentioned, right? Do Paraphernalia do it again? Because this time, Dreamy Bulls are going to be expecting it. Dreamy Bulls hit the ground and immediately put on their Lamborghinis and they start heading for the hills, and they play it beautifully. The contest that we were hoping to get at the beginning of the game, we got at the very end, and Paraphernalia did their darndest to take matters into their own hands, but they just fell short. And as you mentioned, had they won there, taking 6 points away from Dreamy Bulls and giving 6 to Paraphernalia would have been enough to change the name in that third place spot. But hats off to Dreamy Bulls, because goodness gracious, Zephyr, they had a rocky day.
Absolutely. Literally 3 wins on the board, tying Imperial High Lovers for the most wins. But outside of that, donuts in many places, all the way down as low as 17th, 18th, 15th, 14th, 12th, double digits across the board. And they still managed to walk away with third after what some would consider a very, very poor performance. But for them, it's still one that garners $1,000. When we talk about poor performers, though, let's take a look at the bottom 20 here and see where some of our fan favorites had potentially ended up. Of course, there at the very bottom is, of course, Jason Allende Rojas, or JAR, as we made mention of, and plenty of others.
Yeah, the bottom 3 that we're seeing are some teams that they didn't have a very hot start. Teams that we've seen grab wins before. Sun Valley Goats, no stranger to getting a win. Neither were JAR. We saw them taking a map of Storm Point in the group stages, but it come towards the end of the day, if they felt like, hey, first, second, third, that pedestal is a bit out of reach, so they went ahead and backed on out. I do want to give a lot of love again. RCS Bulldogs, they were finding themselves in a lot of fun, scrappy fights. So as much as it stinks to see them on the back half of this list, they were so fun to watch. Green Hope Falcons also had very quiet, high place finishes. They were just finding themselves in 4th places randomly, where not even a team that we were talking about. And then we go back and check the scores, and it's like, oh, they a 4th place. Wait a second, I don't even remember saying their names or seeing their names at all. So again, sad to see them on the back half of this list, but very exciting players. And then you also got to give love to Mauger Zephyr, because they were the only ones that were really trying to make sure that Imperial High Lovers couldn't just continue to run away with it.
No, and to be honest, even if they finished low after sacrificing themselves many times over, they still beat out a good chunk of our bottom end of the board. Let's take a look at the top 10. Obviously, our top 3 here, but especially teams that we look at across the board, especially guys like, well, hold on.
Wait a minute.
A bit of a mix. For confirmation, we're a little bit.
This is our group stages. This is our group stages graphic. But hey, let's take it back to where it all began at the start of the day, baby.
Okay,
there we go.
Paraphernalia, of course, a huge shout out to them, pulling off what almost was the incredible, especially after being super aggressive to kind of live up to something similar like the Moggers, where they actually deliver some blows against the Dreamy Bulls to try and stop them in their tracks. But not just them. When we talk about teams like the Rams, the champions here, Toxic Ghost, MIA, there were so many moments where we saw each one of these rosters get into these absolute blowout fights throughout today's matches, especially as we entered in Storm Point, where truthfully, any one of these teams could have potentially walked away with a position among our prized.
Yeah, and so a couple of teams I want to talk about in this list, we saw glimpses of brilliance from MIA and Fullbox, right? That World's Edge game, MIA starting the day so incredibly hot, a team that I don't know if anybody was expecting to grab a win just because we had a very strong, a lopsided, I guess, lobby when you looked at Imperial Howler versus Tons, Dreamy Bulls, but MIA, they shock everybody in map 1. And then Fullbox to also grab a beautiful win on Storm Point. We just, the glimpses of brilliance that we got from some of these teams, I hope that we see more of that. I'm a little sad. Toxic Ghosts were able to get a win in Group A on the first day. They were playing in the wrong lobby, and they squeak out a win. And then for the rest of the weekend, they put themselves in the mix, right? Their name was always in the running, but unfortunately, they just could not grab another win. So a team that I am sad to see the win elude them, but happy to see how consistent they were to keep themselves in the top 10 from their groups to now in the top 10, obviously just outside the money here in finals.
Well, a huge shout out to everyone who came out and participated in our inaugural Apex one-off competition. I had to work my tail off to convince the boys over at VESL to give Apex a chance, and you guys came out and you absolutely proved that there is the audience. Over 120 players showed up to make this happen over the course of this weekend. And of course, the massive prize pool is never, well, a small impetus. Any last thoughts here, Tanner, before we send not only our players, but just about everyone home?
I think I'm going to echo what I said on day one, and I know that we both feel this way. I hope that we erase one off from the end of the VESL Apex Legends tournaments, because I would love to see more of this, especially because we got such a cool turnout and the games played so beautifully. A tournament like this, you never know what you're going to get because, again, that threshold, it doesn't exist, but the games continue to deliver. And thank you so much to not only everybody who helped put this on, but for those players, like you mentioned, who came out and put on for us. It takes a lot to be a competitor. It takes a lot to get your game streamed and to go out in 20th place and to go out in 10th place and to barely lose there at the end, but you still did it. That's such a huge leap. And if it wasn't for the players, there would be no us, right? So shout out to everybody who came to put on for us.
Well, with all that being said, we here at VESL might be on an Apex one-off, but we have plenty of other content taking place here. Of course, as our weeks are finishing up within our spring semester, we still do have Valorant, Rocket League, and Smash taking place every single week. That leads up to, of course, our regional and state championship at the end of the month. So if you're a big fan, we've got plenty of content for you to check out. As for us here on the Apex desk, that's been Tanner Metro. I've been Zephyr, and we hope you stay safe and have a good night.